Chapter 85. This kiss was aggressive, like a siege. It was so overbearing that it almost drove away the air around him. There was a cool mint taste between his lips and teeth. Song Yu's back tightened into a line, and he clung to the cold wall. Fireworks exploded in his brain, and his body was stiff as Xie Sui's tongue went deep. His scalp was numb, his cheeks were hot, and he almost stopped breathing. The most embarrassing thing was Xie Sui's eyes. During the kiss, she didn't close her eyes. With the light outside the window, she looked at him seriously. Her eyelashes were thick and long, and her peach blossom eyes were dark and deep, as if she wanted to see through his every shyness. Every inch of his skin that was touched by her eyes was burning. Song Yu's mentality completely collapsed, and all the complicated emotions in his heart collapsed. He raised his thin and white arm and covered Xie Sui's eyes. The youth's palm was warm, and there seemed to be sweat because of nervousness. Xie Sui's eyelashes trembled rapidly, and her breathing stopped for a moment. Then, as if she had become ruthless, she pinched Song Yu's waist harder and kissed him more passionately and wantonly. It was as if the long-suppressed feelings finally broke out, and the deep-sea magma rolled over his mind. Outside the window, it was snowing for the first time this winter. In the narrow corridor, the youth kissed. Outside, there was a bright yellow moon and a dark blue sky. The street lights shone on the falling snow. The pedestrians exclaimed and laughed. Outside, there were cheers and noises, and people were noisy. Undercurrents were surging in this space. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. The blazing youth was delighted. Xie Sui finally ended the kiss. Song Yu was also panting slightly. His eyes were watery, but they were surprisingly bright. In the narrow and dark space, all senses were magnified. Xie Sui moved his hand away from her eyes, but she didn't stand up straight immediately. Instead, she leaned over and rested her chin on Song Yu's shoulder, hugged his waist, and couldn't help but smile. He said, Yu, I'm so happy. All Song Yu's strength was taken away, and he could only lean against the wall for support. The dizziness in his head faded like a tide, and so did his fear and shyness. Hearing his words, her joy seemed to be contagious. Her heart was as clear as the first snow. He smiled, and his clear eyes were like a crescent spring. Xie Sui. Her voice was incomparably soft. He said, I like you too. As soon as he spoke, he could clearly feel Xie Sui's body stiffen. She tightened her arms around his waist. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, the youth let out a short chuckle. He scratched his waist as a punishment. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost like he was begging. I still have to go out and meet people later. Don't provoke me anymore. Song Yu's heart was still beating wildly. She smiled and nodded.
Yes.
Can you still tell? Song Yu felt that they were having an affair behind a group of people's backs. He was nervous and excited. But with her lips kissed like that, it would be too awkward to go out and meet people. He turned around and asked Xie Sui several times. His heart was still uneasy and a little scared. Xie Sui would rather Jiang Chunyan and the others see through it immediately and then take the opportunity to announce their relationship. But considering Song Yu's wishes, she was willing to wait a little longer. Her gaze fell on his soft pink lips. She smiled slightly. Fortunately, it's not obvious. Song Yu took a deep breath and then asked, What did we talk about later? Did we go out and go to the bathroom together? Xie Sui curved her lips. Didn't we make a lifelong commitment together? Song Yu opened his mouth and tilted his head to look at her. He wanted to say something, but when he met Xie Sui's eyes, his heart stopped for a few beats. He had always thought that Xie Sui's eyes were very beautiful. When she looked at people, they were gentle and affectionate. It was easy to get addicted. Thinking of just now, Song Yu couldn't help but smile. His eyes curved like crescent moons. Then are we lovers now? Boyfriend? Boyfriend. These three words flowed through his heart, making Xie Sui feel a little dry in his throat. His teeth itched, and he wanted to bite Song Yu. He lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, If you don't call me boyfriend, what do you want to call me? Song Yu corrected him. I want you to call me something else. Xie Sui said slowly, Yu sounds pretty good. It's also cute. He was almost at the door of the private room when he heard him say Yu. His whole body seemed to have been electrified. His ears turned slightly red, but his mouth was not to be outdone. He said carelessly, "It's my ID. Your husband, brother you, still doesn't understand?" Xiesui said faintly, "Oh." Holding the door handle, he asked with a smile, "So what's your name?" "Songyu. Call me hubby." The door opened. Everyone was already tired from eating. Now that they were leaning against their phones, the room was extremely quiet. So when Songyu came in, the last two crisp words hubby were like landmines exploding in everyone's ears. In the private room, ? Songyu caught a glimpse of Xiesui's naughty smile. He turned around and met the eyes of a group of people from Class 1. Ma Xiaoting's phone fell on her lap. Zhang Chunyan was also dumbfounded. As the head of the CP fans, what did she just hear? Liang Yingying was the first to react. He was dumbfounded. "Brother you guys. Songyu. What should I do?" My boyfriend's nature was exposed on the first day of their relationship. Xiesui tried to hold back her laughter. Songyu was silent for 3 seconds. He calmly explained, "I was just explaining the origin of my online ID to Xiesui." Ma Xiaoting heaved a sigh of relief. He touched on a sore spot. "You scared me to death. I thought you were secretly calling me hubby behind our backs." The boy next to him couldn't bear to watch him court death. He reached out and covered his mouth. Zhang Chunyan was so excited that his face almost overflowed. He asked excitedly, "Brother you, where did you guys go? Why were you gone for so long?" Songyu didn't explain. Xiesui helped him out. She smiled and said, "It was snowing outside, so we went to take a look. It took us some time." Zhang Chunyan was stunned. With a girl's sharp mind, she could clearly feel that Xiesui was in a very good mood. Although everyone usually laughed and joked about the CP, it was all because of Brother Yu. They knew that God Xie wouldn't be angry. In fact, they were all a little afraid of Xiesui. After all, God Xie's cold and unapproachable persona had never been broken. All her gentleness and patience were only with Brother Yu. Her attitude towards them was always distant and cold. It was rare for her to be like this. Her eyes were curved, elegant, and unbelievably gentle. She felt like she was in a dream. Liang Yingying didn't directly smile at Xiesui. Her first reaction was that it was snowing for the people of Jing City who hadn't seen much of the world. Snow was really a pleasant surprise. She suddenly sat up from the sofa. It's snowing? That's great. It's the first snow on New Year's Day this year. Hurry up, let me go and take a look." The boy next to her also stood up and cheered. He swept away his laziness after eating and drinking. Go, go, go. Let's go outside and see the snow." Ma Xiaoting was pushed and shouted. She was speechless. "Didn't we agree to play werewolf? I've already decided who I want to charm with my Wanwan." Zhang Chunyan stuck out his tongue. "If we want to play, we'll play with Cupid's board, okay?" She picked up her down jacket, got up, and winked at Songyu. "Hubby, let's go see the snow together." Everyone burst into laughter. After all, Songyu's words just now reminded them of the bloody storm when they met this ID on the forum on the first day. "My brother Yu is really ruthless and full of shit." Xiesui slightly narrowed her eyes. Songyu didn't have a good appetite tonight. He almost didn't eat anything before. Just now, he was suddenly confessed to and was so happy that he forgot everything. He was even less in the mood to eat. And just now, Xiesui made it up. They didn't go out to see the snow. Now that he was coaxed by everyone, the nervousness in his heart completely disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't expose himself. He was also a little interested in seeing the snow. "Then let's go and see it." Oh, oh, oh. Oh, everyone in the room ran away and played finger-guessing games, leaving the crying class leader to pay the bill. Ma Xiaoting walked away with a bitter face. He cried and shouted, "I want to play werewolf. I want to play werewolf." The man next to him elbowed him. "You're the genius who poisoned the prophet on the first night with intuition. Shut up. You're a shit stirrer." Ma Xiaoting defended himself. "It's my fault." The werewolf opened his eyes. "What is he doing moving around?" The prophet defended himself. "I'm fucking hungry. Can't I eat with my eyes closed?" Everyone burst into laughter again. Songyu walked behind. In front of him were the noisy classmates. so he deliberately slowed down. The red lanterns in the hot pot restaurant illuminated a warm and festive atmosphere. Walking in the dark stairs, he began to calculate the bill just now. His hand pinched Xie Sui's arm. "You did it on purpose just now, didn't you?" Xie Sui let him be and smiled. "On what purpose?" "Song Yu." "On purpose to make me call you husband." Xie Sui smiled. "Yes." "Song Yu." "Yes?" "You said yes?" Xie Sui said lazily to Yang Yang, "Usually, I don't expect you to call me that. Now, I'm having fun." Song Yu suddenly felt that Xie Sui might have a deeper understanding of him than he did. For example, when he was walking on the field, she said to him, "Maybe he's a little bad." Really, he was quite bad. The corridor was very narrow and dark. Song Yu was still thinking about how to educate him when he suddenly felt his hand being held by someone. His words were stuck in his throat. Their skin touched. Then their fingers slowly interlocked. It was as if his heart was slowly being grasped. Liang Yingying was the first to run out. She directly grabbed Jiang Chunyan's arm. The two girls walked in front of everyone and ran down the stairs. Their shoes made sounds on the wooden planks. It was lively, and full of youthful vitality. They laughed and chatted. Their voices were clear. Jiang Chunyan said, "If we want to play werewolf, we'll definitely choose Cupid's board today. If I'm Cupid, guess who I'll hit?" Liang Yingying laughed uncontrollably. "TSK, do you even need to guess?" Jiang Chunyan laughed. "Please close your eyes when it's dark." Liang Yingying continued jokingly, "Cupid, please open your eyes. Tonight, you want to choose a pair of lovers. Who will you choose?" Jiang Chunyan's eyes curved as he laughed. He dragged his voice and jokingly said, "Of course it's a match made in heaven. My brother you and I, thank God." They walked in front. The stairs were a little long, and their voices could be heard from afar. When they walked down the stairs and out the door, the first thing they saw was the vast expanse of white snow. The street lights were dim, and the world was quiet. The pedestrians coming and going were looking up at the night sky. Smiles spread on everyone's faces. It was snowing. The snowflakes fell to their shoulders and brushed their eyebrows. Jiang Chunyan and Liang Yingying thought that they were far away and couldn't hear them, so they began to make arrangements. They smiled and said, "Then, lovers, please open your eyes and confirm each other's identities. Lovers, please open your eyes." Xie Sui and Song Yu suddenly looked at each other. Song Yu couldn't help but laugh. They walked from the dimly lit corridor to here. The sky was bright, and the moon was bright with new snow. And then, it's dawn. God doesn't want to care about those light bulbs anymore. Ha 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 ha. And then, it was dawn. Xie Sui tilted her head and looked at Song Yu's side profile. The young man was looking up. His side profile was as white and delicate as snow. He smiled slightly and thought, "It's dawn, Yu. The sparks burned the barren and cold frozen ground. From then on, the sky was bright. Chapter 86. Snowflakes fell slowly, piece by piece, sparkling and translucent. Linqing Street was very lively at night. Soft celebratory music could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the conversations and laughter of the pedestrians. "Mom, it's snowing." On the other side of the street, a little girl dressed like a pink dumpling tugged at the sleeve of an adult and said in surprise. Her voice was soft and sweet. Her mother laughed. "Yes, it's snowing. Today is New Year's Day. It's a new year." Actually, they didn't come out for fun. They just took photos and recorded the first snow of the year with a pleasant surprise. "Over here. This angle is good. Quick, help me take a photo of me holding a snowflake and looking up at the night sky." "You're so nosy. Don't you think your nostrils are especially big? Your photography skills are terrible. Brother you. Look at me." On the other side, Ma Xiaoding raised his phone high and waved at them from afar. Song Yu looked up and just happened to meet the flash of the camera. He was blinded by the light. After the flash, he glanced at him and warned, "Don't make me look ugly." No. How can I be ugly? I can't find a single flaw on my brother you. There are no blind spots on his body." After Ma Xiaoding finished taking the photo, he shouted, "Yeah," happily. His mouth was wide open and he laughed wildly. He began to shout, I'm rich. This is a photo of the two of them. HD, 100 yuan. The boy next to him laughed and bumped him with his shoulder. You're quite awesome. You know how to do business. Don't forget your friends when you're rich. Ma shouting laughed and then shouted at the girl, Jiang Chunian, do you want it? Since you used to be my crush, I'll give you a 20% discount. Jiang Chunian was busy taking photos. When he heard this, he almost dropped his phone in the snow. Liang Yingying was standing at the edge of the flower bed. He was so happy that he bent over. Jiang Chunian's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and glared at him. Was that a crush? Don't insult the word crush, okay? You don't like me. You like the position of the Chinese class representative. What you want is my position, hee. Liang Yingying said, ha 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 ha, doesn't he like Sadako? Ma shouting coughed and rubbed his nose, trying to avoid this awkward situation. Before she could say anything, her phone was snatched away. Ma shouting was just about to shout when she turned around and saw that it was Songyu. She immediately shriveled up and pitifully called out, Brother Yu. Songyu held her phone, her thin eyelids drooping slightly. She sneered and said, Are you asking for a beating? You used my photo to cheat money, and it's so ugly. Ma shouting suddenly felt guilty. I'll delete it right away. I'll delete it right away. Songyu said, Send it to me first before deleting it. Ma shouting, question mark. Why did Brother Yu suddenly start saving his photos? Songyu didn't save a photo of himself, but a photo of him and Xie Sui. He had to admit that it was ugly. In the photo, they were standing in the snow. The street lights were cold, and behind them was a street that extended endlessly. There were only sporadic lights at the end of the road. On the way back to school, Songyu finally remembered what had happened just now. He had originally dragged Xie Sui out to confess, but who knew that she would be the one who accepted his confession? What a failure, Director Song. Songyu then remembered and asked, Just now, you saw the chat between my sister and me? Xie Sui. Yes? Fuck. So he had been watching her struggle the whole way? Songyu was so embarrassed that his ears turned red, but he still pretended to be calm. Then your eyesight is quite good. Xie Sui smiled. Not only is my eyesight good, but I also have a photographic memory. Songyu. Okay, that's enough. Xie Sui laughed out loud. When they reached the door of the apartment, it was time to separate. Songyu turned to go upstairs, but Xie Sui grabbed his wrist. He was forced to stop. What's wrong? Songyu looked up in confusion. Xie Sui approached him and said with a casual smile, Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Shouldn't you give your boyfriend a goodnight kiss? Songyu's mind went blank for a few seconds. The word boyfriend melted in his heart like honey. He smiled slightly in the dark, and his eyes curved like a crescent moon. He pulled Xie Sui's clothes and closed the distance between them. Then, he kissed her lightly on the lips. Afraid that things would develop in an uncontrollable direction, he quickly ran away after the kiss, like a cat that had stolen a fish. Longlegs took 3 steps and didn't even look back. See you tomorrow, boyfriend. Xie Sui was left standing in the same place, smiling helplessly. After returning home, they closed the door. Songyu hadn't turned on the lights yet. He leaned against the door, and the sound of his heart beating was particularly clear. He touched his face with his hand. It was really hot. Well, from today onwards, he also had a boyfriend. Songyu took a shower and calmed himself down. The first thing he did was to sit on the bed. The corners of his lips kept rising as he clicked on Song Weiniang's chat history. Song Weiniang, who used to sleep on time before midnight every day and led a healthy life, had become the champion of staying up all night after being infatuated with that little fresh meat. It was almost 1 o'clock, but she was still awake. Songyu, my friend's problem has been solved. A row of candles was sent over. Song Weiniang, moment of silence, Song Weiniang. She's not worthy. You're referring to someone better. Songyu? Songyu, have you misunderstood your brother's charm? Song Weiniang. Whoa. Songyu, I was wondering why I was so afraid of confessions. It's because I've always been the target of confessions. I don't have any experience. In the end, someone confessed to me today. It's too difficult. There's no challenge at all. Song Weiniang. Smile, smile. You're starting to show off now? Look through the chat history. What were you like a few hours ago? Do you want me to help you review it? Songyu was in a good mood now and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He began to pretend to be unfathomable. Anyway, Songwaining didn't know what was going on since they were so far apart. Songyu. Actually, everything is going according to my plan. I just looked flustered at the beginning. I'm very calm inside. Songwaining, 666, director Song is amazing. Songwaining. What's her name? Hurry up, let me know first. Songyu shrank his neck and thought to himself, it's still too early. He didn't know if Xiesui would choose to go back. However, if Song Wanying knew that the person she was in love with was a boy and the person involved in the bloody storm in a city, she would probably be so angry that she wouldn't be able to sleep in the middle of the night. After all, Song Wanying had been full of dissatisfaction with the Xie family since a long time ago. After experiencing Aunt Sue's incident, her dissatisfaction reached its peak. In any case, in her eyes, the Xie family was equivalent to a family of scumbags. The Xie family was equivalent to scum. They were dissolute and fickle, passed down from generation to generation. However, she had always been a superficial person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited to ask Xiesui for her contact information when she saw her at the banquet in her previous life. Songyu. You'll see it during the new year. Song Wanying? Song Wanying, you're so fast. I've had so many boyfriends, but I haven't brought anyone home. My parents will probably be scared to death by you. Songyu sat up and scratched his head. There was a hint of confusion and hesitation in his light-colored eyes, but this emotion immediately dissipated. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't even afraid of the Lord God in 008. Why would he be afraid of his parents? Songyu. That means you can't do it. Song Wanying. I feel like I've been hinted at again. After showing off to his sister, Songyu naturally had to chat with Xiesui. Initially, he wanted to ask if she wanted to come to my house during winter break. However, he frowned and thought for a while. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate and deleted the sentence. They had just confirmed their relationship, and she was already in a hurry to bring him to meet her parents. What was the hurry? He recalled the things in his dream. He didn't know if it was because their relationship had been confirmed. The nightmares that would cause him to sleep uneasily every time were now smashed with a little sweetness. It was just like the first time they met when they were young. Songyu typed a message to Xiesui. He sent it over abruptly just like that. Songyu, you'll never know how long I've known you. The memories of his previous life also accompanied him. That was really, really long ago. Xiesui was probably asleep now. Anyway, she hadn't replied for a long time. Songyu added another one at the end. Songyu, good night. He put his phone aside, but didn't go to bed early. Instead, he stared at the ceiling. The panic about the future was only briefly covered by joy. Now, with the silent night, it spread again. He blinked in confusion. Many things quickly flashed through his mind. Would Zhao Ziyu appear again? What was the story between him and Xiesui in his previous life? And 008, who had disappeared? When he returned from the Lord God, would he force him to leave? Leave. Some things were like old friends. For example, this world. He became more and more suspicious that 008 was actually lying to him. From the beginning to the end, he was a person of this world. According to the order, this was his true reality. In the other world, his parents divorced early and had their own families. He grew up in a compound with his grandfather. After he grew up, his grandfather passed away. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing worth remembering. So in the end, he didn't want to leave. He clutched his heart in confusion. In the middle of the night, when his emotions were infinitely magnified, Songyu got up in the middle of the night again. He pulled out a strand of his hair and said to himself, will it be like when I read that book and came here all of a sudden? I went back in the time I slept. That would be too upsetting. He prayed. 008, this artificial retard, would never appear again. He didn't know how to tell Xiesui about this matter. Whether it was in this life or the previous life, it was also fine to transmigrate. If he said it out loud, it would sound like a fraud. How could Xiesui believe it? He turned back and found that there was an unread message on his phone. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Xiesui. Xiesui, then do you know how long I've liked you? Chapter 87. How long have you liked him? Song Yu's gaze fell on the phone screen. He stared at the line of words countless times. In the end, he lay back, his head sinking into the soft pillow. The corners of his lips curled up bit by bit. How long can you like him? It's only been 3 or 4 months. I knew you in my previous life. How can you compare? Putting the phone aside, Song Yu covered his eyes with his arm and couldn't help but snicker. All right, on account of Xiesui liking him for so long, as a boyfriend, he would settle these matters alone. It didn't seem so scary anymore. On a winter morning, the sun rose very late. When it was still foggy, Song Yu went to knock on Xiesui's door. Yesterday, he had been aroused by that sentence before he went to bed. He tossed and turned and didn't sleep well at all. He woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Because Song Yu had the habit of lazing in bed and didn't like to make people wait for a long time, they had never walked upstairs or downstairs together in the morning before. But now that they had confirmed their relationship, it should be a little different. Xiesui opened the door. She had just woken up and looked lazy. The moment she saw Song Yu, she was immediately stunned. Song Yu's expression didn't change as he said, "Why did you wake up so late? Shouldn't you feel a little pressured for the final exam? Do you still want to get first place in the cohort?" Xiesui didn't answer him. She smiled and asked, "You woke up so early. How many classes are you planning to sleep in today?" Song Yu. It had snowed the whole night yesterday. When he went out to take a look, it was already covered in silver. A thin layer of snow fell all over the forest path. When he stepped on it, it made a very comfortable sound. On Tuesday morning, before the morning self-study session started, Old Cheng asked someone to drag him over. Needless to say, it was because of Qin Mo's matter. The Qin family was far away in a city. Qin Mo also lived with the Wang family in Jing City. When something happened to him, the Wang family naturally sent someone. In the office, the moment Wu Xinmei saw Song Yu, she felt as if the back of her neck was being pinched. Her eyes were about to fall out, her face was pale, and her skin was tense. It was her again. It was the same office again. The corners of Song Yu's mouth twitched in boredom. Old Chang suffered Wu Xinmei's sarcasm, but it was his student who was fighting, so he could only endure it silently. Now that he saw Song Yu, he immediately put down the thermos flask in his hand and suppressed his anger. "You're finally here. Hurry up and explain to her parents." "I couldn't explain it clearly, so I called your parents over." Old Cheng thought of Song Yu's words yesterday and turned to Wu Xinmei. "Mrs. Wang, I think this should be an accident. Song Yu's health isn't good, and he's usually not that irritable. How could he possibly beat up a classmate?" Wu Xinmei was speechless. Song Yu was probably going to hurt Old Cheng's heart this time. He didn't want to hide it and said straightforwardly, "I'm sorry, teacher. I really hit her. But this is our personal grudge, and I believe that Mrs. Wang would be happy to settle it privately." Old Cheng's words were slapped in the face in the next second. He was so angry that his entire face was trembling. He directly picked up his phone and started dialing. "You're really lawless if I don't call your parents." The person who stopped him was Wu Xinmei. The woman who had been harsh and sarcastic just now suddenly stood up. After a moment of silence, she said directly, "There's no need to call, Teacher Chung. Since it's a personal grudge between children, let's settle it privately." "Old Chung?" Wu Xinmei said, "The school doesn't have to interfere." She looked at Song Yu with an extremely complicated expression. Song Yu smiled indifferently and said lightly, "Okay, take me to see Qin Mo." Wu Xinmei's fingers gripped her handbag tightly, but she didn't say anything. Wu Xinmei had fought with Song Yu before. It was this youth who had defeated her son. She was almost traumatized. Moreover, the matter between the Song family and the Qin family shouldn't have been blown up. At the hospital, Qin Mo's head was wrapped in bandages. The moment he saw Song Yu, he wanted nothing more than to pull out the needle and jump down from the hospital bed to fight him. His amber eyes were burning with anger. The gentle and modest appearance that he had always had disintegrated. His expression was ferocious, and he almost squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Song Yu, I've underestimated you." Song Yu walked over and naturally found a chair to sit down on. He took an apple and wiped it with a piece of paper. You're calling me by my name now? Didn't you say that you were brothers with my brother 2 days ago? It's as if the two families have a very good relationship. Chinamo was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Song Yu had been disgusted by him for so long. Of course, he had used all his strength when he suddenly exploded. Looking at Chinmo's expression, he knew that he had been stunned by him at that time. You locked me in the auditorium, so I sent you to the hospital. He raised the cleaned apple at him and smiled. Good brother. The words good brother were full of sarcasm. It almost pierced Chinmo's spirit. The anger of being humiliated suddenly came out. Chinmo's eyes were so sharp that he wanted to cut off a piece of meat from his body. He said quickly, Do you think this is over? Song Yu. Of course not, but you're going back to a city soon. Do you have to think so much? Chinmo sneered. You? Song Yu. Don't pretend. If it weren't for you being unreasonable, you would have made a big deal out of it with the Wang family. I have a recording of our conversation. If the Qin family knows that you've moved to another place, it will be even more outrageous. Do you think they will let you stay here? Chinmo's face turned pale. He said sarcastically, What about you? If the Song family knows that you have a boyfriend in Jing City, will they let you do whatever you want? Song Yu took a bite of the apple and smiled at him. Oh, how did you know that we confirmed our relationship yesterday? Then hurry back to a city and spread the word. Thank you for contributing to our love. Chinamo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Song Yu just wanted to have fun beating him up yesterday. He just wanted to get rid of him, by the way. He didn't want to do anything to him. After all, he was too young, and the Qin family couldn't treat him perfunctorily. Chinamo should get out of here as far as possible. He just didn't want to be an eyesore. Song Yu stood up and looked down at him. His light-colored pupils were full of frost. He smiled carelessly. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. You can't covet my woman. He ignored Chinmo's state of being on the verge of exploding. Song Yu pushed the door open and threw the apple core into the trash can next to him. He walked to the door of the hospital with his long legs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his words just now were really cool. The door of the ward closed, but Chinamo didn't withdraw his eyes. He stared at one point, as if he wanted to poke a hole in Song Yu's body through the wall. His fingers clenched the quilt. He didn't expect that Song Yu would be so reckless and directly sent him to the hospital. However, the most brainless way was also the most effective. This directly alarmed the Qin family. His grandfather was so angry that he called him this morning and scolded him for a long time, forcing him to return to a city. Chinmo's eyes were dark and cruel. But, so what? They would meet again in a city. He would pay for the humiliation he suffered now. After the New Year's Eve party was the final exam. This time, Song Yu wasn't in a hurry. She was confident and took her time to review. Ma Xiaoding was scolded by his father before the exam. He was temporarily complacent and started to crazily study questions. When he started to shut up, the world became quiet. Mathematics questions had always been Song Yu's biggest headache. Now, this was also the focus. When they studied together in the library, they were all focused on the questions. Xie Sui thought that the two of them were dating alone. Most of the time, he was watching Song Yu do the questions. He could tolerate it in the past, but now that he was her boyfriend, how could he tolerate it? Song Yu frowned and poked him with a pin. Here, why do you write the answer as the interval from A to 1? Xie Sui directly pulled his hand and pulled him over. Under the cover of the bookshelf in the corner of the library, she kissed him and said with a smile, I'm so good. Shouldn't you give me a reward? For example, a kiss and a question? Song Yu's study was messed up by him. The final exam was finally coming. During the last language class, the language teacher came in with a stack of papers. Standing on the podium, the teacher cleared his throat and said, Do you still remember what I asked you to write at the beginning of this semester? The whole class was stunned for a second before they started to whisper. What did you write? Why don't I remember? Me too. There's so much language homework. Who can remember it? Besides, it's been so long. The language teacher glared at them and patted the podium. Then he said, Have you all forgotten your learning goals? Only then did everyone come to a realization. Song Yu was holding a pen and writing a question. When he was reminded, he also remembered. It was the learning goal that he had rushed at the last minute. He remembered that there was an essay later on about how to achieve this goal. Then he went off topic. The name of the essay topic seemed to be Never Forget. There will be an echo. Did it have anything to do with completing the plan? Song Yu's mouth twitched. He had long forgotten what he was writing. The language teacher said, "From summer to winter, 1 semester. Have you all reached your goals?" The class started to cough and laugh, avoiding the teacher's serious gaze. The language teacher snorted and tapped on the table again. She seemed to be exasperated. "You guys still don't understand my good intentions. When I gave you that question, it was to motivate you and make you remember it in your hearts. Never forget, there will be an echo. Look at you. Don't talk about never forgetting. I'm afraid you'll forget it after you finish writing. You're just patronizing me. Why are you patronizing me? Am I the one taking the university entrance exam? Don't think that 3 years in high school is a long time. In fact, it's just a blink of an eye. When you're sitting in the classroom of your 3rd year, you'll remember that it was yesterday." The language teacher shook his head and sighed. In the end, he handed the paper in his hand to Jiang Chunian. "Class representative, distribute this. Let this group of people wake up and see if they're worthy of being in high school." Jiang Chunian touched his nose and went forward to take it. Actually, she was also very guilty. Who didn't set a goal in high school? 2 English readings a day, a famous novel a Monday, and first place in the class in the monthly exam. He distributed the paper. Song Yu looked at her messy plan and sighed, unable to bear the sight of it. When Jiang Chunian handed it to Xie Sui, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he sighed. God, Xie's plan hasn't been completed. Song Yu leaned over to take a look. Only then did he remember that Xie Sui's original goal was to help her deskmate win first place in the city. Song Yu. So, you're blaming me for not living up to your expectations. Xie Sui's slender fingers took the paper. However, her eyebrows curved as she smiled. Who said that I didn't complete it? Jiang Chunian. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yu, are you going to get first place in the city in the final exam? Shi Bowen slammed the table behind him. Class representative, are you going to distribute the paper or not? Only then did Jiang Chunian wake up. He walked back reluctantly. What's the hurry? Song Yu snatched the paper from Xie Sui's hand. His expression froze for a long time. Then, he said calmly, I don't think I'm that good. Not to mention you. I can't even beat the top 10 in the grade. Xie Sui tilted her head and smiled. This is between the two of us. What does it have to do with other people? Song Yu. What? Xie Sui read it out loud. Help my deskmate win first place in the city. His tone carried an indecent smile. Help you take me down. Song Yu. Strong. Xie Sui said, I can't forget it. There must be an echo. Song Yu looked at her in a daze. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Yes, of course. Chapter 88. The final exam came late in the second snowfall of the year. The order of the exam seats was determined according to the rankings of the last midterm exam. Song Yu finally got his wish and sat in the same exam room as Xie Sui. Before the exam, in the last class meeting, the homeroom teacher stood on the podium and lectured as usual. You have to get a good score for the last exam of the semester. Be serious, calm, and meticulous. These words are written on the blackboard in the exam room every time. Ask yourselves, have you done it? I'm guessing you won't even look at it. The homeroom teacher turned around and wrote another line of doggerel on the blackboard. He read, if you don't work hard for the final exam, you won't have a temper on New Year's Eve. Whether you have a good New Year or not depends on how high your score is. Your score is directly proportional to your New Year's money. Think about it yourself. The whole class. Great poet, great poet. Ma Xiaoding was about to cry. Under his father's high pressure, he was so depressed these 2 days that he wanted to crawl into the TV. He leaned on the table and muttered, It's over. After this new year, you won't see me anymore. As his deskmate, Shi Bowen had watched him mess around for so long. Now, of course, he was gloating. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. He pulled the comic that Ma Xiaoding had clipped to his physics book. Isn't this comic good? Isn't it fragrant? Ma Xiaoding sobbed. He held his head with his hands and looked at the two famous people in front of him. Xiesui was playing with her phone with her eyes down, and Songyu was sleeping. He suddenly sobbed even louder and fell on Shiboen's shoulder. Why? Why? I'm influenced by them every day. They're both like hooligans, but why are the results so different? Shiboen pushed him away. Can you compare yourself with brother Xiesui? You're asking for a snub. Speaking of these two people, Shiboen's eyes flickered twice. He lay down, raised his book, and whispered, "By the way, have you noticed that the atmosphere between Brother Yu and God Xie has been strange recently?" Ma Xiaoding. What? Shiboen pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Haven't you noticed? For example, last time, I saw with my own eyes that God Xie drank the water that Brother Yu drank. Damn, we were so close to being mouth-to-mouth." Ma Xiaoding thought it was a big deal and said, "Haven't they always been gay? The whole school recognizes it." Shiboen, Ma Xiaoding. It doesn't matter if they are brothers or lovers. Benevolent people see benevolence, and wise people see wisdom. In any case, with me, they have more brothers, so I give them the golden water. Shiboen was speechless. You've gone crazy with the werewolves. I think they are lovers, and you are either Cupid in the chain, or a stupid wolf or a fool. Ma Xiaoding, ha. Songyu felt that his revision was not bad, so he calmly and confidently welcomed the final exam. He was no longer the person who was frightened during his first monthly exam. That was not right. During his first monthly exam, someone else seemed to be the one who was frightened. The night before the exam, Songyu finally went through the wrong questions, turned off the lights, and went to bed. He played with his phone and clicked on the forum that he had not visited for a month. He focused on studying and dating. His life was full and happy, and he rarely argued. There were also posts on the forum about this matter. Rational discussion. Why has Brother Yu disappeared recently? Main post. Look through the posts where Brother Yu appeared. The last time he appeared was in the couple post of Sui Yu. Oh my god. Is he planning to give up his identity as a troll? 1L. He doesn't even want his identity as a school bully, and you're still worried about this? 2L. Upstairs? A nice school bully is no longer a school bully. 3L. Stop arguing. Isn't it normal for Brother Yu to be busy with the final exam? He's also a straight A student. You guys should consider his character setting. 4L. Sorry, I forgot. Covering face. 37L. You guys are actually begging him to be a troll? The actors of the New Year's Eve party laughed. 38L. HHHHH. I heard that the young widow visiting the grave was once the best song of the year XSWL. 39L. Your husband, Brother Yu, come out and explain. 40L. If you can come out now, I'll cook you guys in a steel pot. Explain? Songyu did not know what to explain. If he was not in a bad mood, he would not have the energy to argue online. He was busy studying and dating. He was refreshed and happy to see anyone. 345L. Your husband, Brother Yu. Is it hard to understand? 346L. Who did I see? 347L. Let's take a picture. 348L. Ha 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 ha. God damn it. After a round of cheers, they returned to the main topic. The words "give up" and "start a new life" were too lethal. 379L. Upstairs, give me a livestream account. I'll take a hot bath with you to calm down. 380L. Why? Brother Yu. Why? Why did you start a new life? 381L. Raise your hand. I know this question because of love, doghead. Songyu looked down and smiled. This answer was barely 60 points. On the forum of Jingcheng First High School, as soon as the semester started, a famous troll turned it upside down and caused a lot of discussion. At the end of the semester, Brother Yu said that he would give up and start a new life. Forum. There was another round of heated discussion. Indeed, there was a beginning and an end. The exam was arranged. The first subject was Chinese, and the last one was English. After 3 days of exams, when they returned to the classroom, the teachers began to give out homework. The mathematics teacher was the most considerate. The full score is 150. Those who score more than 140 will have a good new year. Those who score less than 90 will have a winter vacation workbook and a set of unit papers. Also, copy the final exam paper 3 times. The whole class was filled with complaints, suffering unspeakably. Of course, the misery of being tortured by mathematics was quickly washed away by the arrival of the holidays. When the bell rang, it announced the official end of the semester. Everyone rushed out of their cages, whistled, slapped the table, and cheered. Shiboen did not solve the last big question in mathematics. He frowned and asked Songyu, "Brother Yu, how much did you calculate for the last question?" Songyu smiled lazily. "The square root is 5, so 140 is very stable. Anyway, I'll be able to have a good new year." After Ma Xiaoding finished his exams, he was obsessed with metaphysics. He threw the dice for himself. The higher the number, the better his luck. He threw every question for himself. If he did not do well, he would change the dice. He only changed the dice when he got 6. He really did not know who he was lying to. When Ma Xiaoding heard Songyu's words, he became interested. "Okay, brother Yu, let me calculate for you. Let's see how your new year will turn out. 6 is Dashun. 1 is Dashun." Molly, the dice spun on the table and finally stopped. It was a red one. Songyu looked at him with murderous eyes. Ma Xiaoding swallowed his saliva and threw 2 more dice. What a coincidence. They were both 1. Dashun. Songyu rushed back to the dormitory with a pile of books in his arms. He said to Shiboen, "Keep an eye on him. Keep spinning. Let him go after he spins for 6 sixes. Remember to record it." Shiboen laughed loudly. Okay. Ma Xiaoding was a typical example of digging a hole for himself to jump into. Songyu was not in a hurry to go back to the Ming family. On the last day of the semester, he volunteered to help Xie Sui move the books home. Xie Sui did not have any books to move. She did not buy any high school reference books, but she knew that Songyu had an ulterior motive. She smiled and agreed. Songyu had not been to Lianyun Street since the summer vacation. In winter, the streets were a lot colder. Snow fell on the trees on the side of the road. Walking on the road, there was a feeling of emptiness. Everywhere was white. Songyu looked left and right. When he saw the familiar small clinic, he was suddenly reminded of the past. He smiled and said, "Do you remember that we fought against the bullies and got rid of evil for the people? Was I very handsome at that time?" Xie Sui looked at him and chuckled. Yes. He did not pay attention to whether he was handsome or not. At that time, he only thought that this kid was very interesting. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that Songyu was really different from others when they first met. A teenager from a city suddenly appeared and gave him medicine. How could he not throw it directly into the trash can? Sure enough, he was not very vigilant at the beginning. Songyu thought of his enthusiasm when he came to Jing City and suddenly scratched his head embarrassedly. After they got together, he repeatedly recalled their previous interactions. He found that when they first met in Linshui, he was too deliberately trying to get close to her. Later, he even had the nerve to say that she approached him with ulterior motives. Wasn't he the most inexplicable one? At first glance, he knew that she had ulterior motives. After asking for the address, she directly came to his door. Songyu felt a little guilty. He coughed and covered the expression on his face. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Xie Sui looked at him with a smile and said in a cold voice, "What do you want to ask?" Songyu, oh, he remembered. In fact, Xie Sui also asked him about it. He just said that he was kind and willing to help others and brushed it off. Then, Xie Sui really let him brush it off? Forget it. Anyway, they had confirmed their relationship. In fact, there was nothing to hide. Songyu tilted his head and said calmly, "In fact, I came to Jing City for you." Although she had guessed it, Xie Sui still felt very soft. She stared at him quietly with her dark eyes and smiled faintly. "Why?" Songyu was surprised. "Shouldn't you be surprised first?" Xie Sui asked when she already knew the answer. She even guessed the reason why he came to Jing City. How could she be surprised? But when she met Songyu's puzzled and surprised eyes, she still frowned and pretended to be shocked. "Because of me? Did we know each other before?" Songyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could start his explanation. "Yes, we knew each other when we were 5 years old. But you don't remember." Xie Sui smiled. "It turns out that we knew each other so early." Songyu said yes. He frowned and began to think about how to talk about the past, especially about Aunt Sue. Could it be a scar on Xie Sui's body? And was the Xie family still harassing Xie Sui recently? What was his attitude towards the Xie family? He felt that he had repeated the last life. He still remembered, but Xie Sui didn't. In this case, Song Yu simply began to talk nonsense. You lived in a city for a period of time. That was when I met you. You were very obedient when you were a child. You looked like a little girl. Anyway, when we first met, my mother treated you as a little sister and asked you to call me brother. Xie Sui. Oh. Director Song began to be immersed in his own arrangement. Then you really called me brother. Hey, you were embarrassed to call me brother. But when you called me that, you kept following behind me like a shadow. I couldn't bring myself to reject you, so I could only bring you around to play as a good brother. Alas, you were so clingy when you were a child. Chapter 89. Xie Sui looked down at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to be really exclaiming, "You're amazing, genius Song Yu." Song Yu coughed and decided to keep a low profile. Of course, I won't ask you to call me brother now. Anyway, you just need to remember this. Xie Sui raised the corners of her mouth. Okay, how could she forget? She was quite a fierce little girl. This street was originally very cold. After the winter snow, there were even fewer people on this street. After Song Yu said this, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to hesitate whether to tell her his identity. But it seemed unnecessary. Xie Sui would naturally know after returning to a city. In fact, he had never disguised himself. Have you made up your mind about the Xie family? Song Yu held the book and tilted his head to ask her. Xie Sui was slightly stunned and said calmly, I think I will go back. Song Yu thought for a moment and suggested, I should go back to a city in 2 days. Do you want to go together? Xie Sui said, wait a little longer. I'll go to you. Song Yu was a little confused, but he still smiled and said, okay, hurry up. He noticed that Xie Sui didn't seem to be willing to tell him about the Xie family, so he didn't ask much. She was so sensible. When he arrived at Xie Sui's house, Grandma Chun still remembered him. Song Yu was really shocked, but it made sense. Xie Sui didn't have many friends, so it was not surprising that she remembered him. Grandma Chun asked him to stay for dinner. The warm light shone in the room, and she told him something about Xie Sui's childhood. The old woman's voice was soft. A Sui didn't like to talk when he was a child. In the first week of primary school in Jing City, he didn't say a word. The head teacher almost thought he was a mute. After calling me repeatedly to confirm the situation, she was sure that he didn't go to the wrong school. Song Yu felt distressed and amused at the same time. Grandma Chen said, you can say that this child is sensible, but it's true that he is not obedient. When he was young, he was very opinionated. But regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he was stubborn. You have to repeat the same principle over and over again for a long time before he gives you a perfunctory reply. I don't even know if he takes it seriously. Little babies are always stubborn, but I've never seen anyone more stubborn than him. In the past, a bird came to our house to accompany him, but it stopped moving after a few days. I told him that it was dead, but he didn't believe me. He insisted on staying by the corpse until it smelled bad. He was sad for a long time. I wouldn't allow him to raise anything in the future. Being overly sentimental would easily become an obsession, but didn't everything have a lifespan? How can it last forever? Xie Sui raised his head and smiled. I've forgotten all about it. Song Yu thought that a young boy guarding a bird's corpse should be very funny, but before he could smile, they were even again. Sigh, her boyfriend was so pitiful when he was young. After sending Xie Sui away, Grandma Chun sat on the sofa and talked to him about other things. The old woman rubbed her tired eyes with her hand and said in a hoarse voice, a Sui's father came to look for him. I won't interfere with his decision, but I still hope that he will acknowledge his father. He came here naked, so he should at least have a home. My body won't be able to accompany him for long. When the time comes, he will be alone in this world again. Song Yu was stunned. He looked at the old woman's gray hair and wrinkled face and said softly, no, he won't. Grandma Chen sighed. There have been many people coming and going at home this month. I see that his father also values him. I hope that when I go back, I can make it up to this child. A Sui's childhood was too hard. Song Yu pursed his lips and made up his mind. He asked Grandma Chen, Grandma, Can you tell me about Aunt Sue? Grandma Chun was stunned for a moment. A Sui's mother? Song Yu said, yes. All his knowledge of Xie Sui's childhood came from the book Gentle Control. He didn't have a general impression of Su Qiao. His mother was also stubborn. Grandma Chun sighed deeply with a complicated expression. It's a sin. She jumped down in front of the child on a rainy day, and on the child's birthday, she left without a trace, leaving the child alone in this world. From now on, his birthday is also a memorial day. All these years, a Sui has never celebrated his birthday. On that day, try to treat it as a normal day. There is no joy or sadness. A TV series was playing on the TV. It seemed that it began to snow heavily outside. Song Yu's heart seemed to be half cold with the wind and snow. He forced a smile. I see. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Even the news channel on the TV began to issue a yellow alert in Jing City. He stood at the window and looked out. The snow was falling densely from the sky with a cold light. Song Yu checked his mobile phone and found several missed calls from his uncle, aunt, cousin, grandmother, and parents. They probably knew that he was on holiday and urged him to go home. It was snowing heavily and the road was slippery. Grandma Chun suggested that he stay for the night. Song Yu thought for a while and nodded. He sent a message to his grandma Ming, telling her that he would stay at his classmate's house tonight. The snow was so heavy that he was afraid that he would have an accident while driving. Grandma Chin didn't have an extra bedroom in her house. It was easy to catch a cold if he slept on the sofa in winter. He naturally slept in the same room with Xie Sui tonight. They lived upstairs and downstairs in the teacher's apartment. Song Yu often did his homework and went to bed. It was common for them to sleep in the same bed. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Xie Sui was calmer than him. What time are you going to sleep today? Song Yu really wanted to talk to him, so he said, whatever. Xie Sui had always been dissatisfied with his work and rest schedule. She raised her eyebrows and said, give me your phone after midnight. Song Yu wasn't in the mood to play with his phone. Okay. Although it was common for them to sleep in the same bed, Song Yu was usually carried to bed by Xie Sui in a daze. He had never been so awake before. As soon as he smelled the very faint sea salt-like scent on Xie Sui's body, he became energized. Xie Sui turned off the lights after she went to bed. His 5 senses were magnified in the dark. Song Yu felt his heart beat very fast for some reason. Song Yu hesitated for a long time, but he still reached out and poked Xie Sui. Xie Sui, let's talk? Xie Sui opened her eyes slightly. It was already a test of her willpower to sleep in the same bed as Song Yu. Did she still want to chat with him? She said in a lazy voice, talk about what? Song Yu. About my family. Xie Sui chuckled. Song Yu answered very calmly anyway, you'll have to meet them sooner or later. Boyfriend, don't you plan to come to my house for the new year? Xie Sui suddenly turned over and faced Song Yu. In the dark, her gaze seemed to be hot. As soon as their eyes met, Song Yu's casual teasing got stuck in his throat and his ears turned red in embarrassment. Xie Sui smiled and said, of course. Song Yu swallowed his saliva and said, I have an older sister and an older brother. My older sister is going through menopause early, so she might be a little difficult to deal with. As for my older brother, he seems to be quite difficult to deal with. Xie Sui smiled faintly and added in her heart, your older brother sees me as a scourge. Song Yu choked for a while and said, but if we really have to talk about our business, you don't have to say anything first. I'll take care of them. Xie Sui smiled and said in a low and hoarse voice, is Yu in such a hurry? If the irritable and protective Chairman Song found out that he had kidnapped his son in the first year of high school, it would be difficult for him to enter the Song family for years to come. These words made Song Yu a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, no, I just wanted to tell you first. Xie Sui sighed inwardly and said softly, then can I talk to you about my family? Song Yu was stunned and said hurriedly, no, there's no need. Actually, it's okay if you don't tell me. Xie Sui smiled and said, between boyfriends, courtesy demands reciprocity. Grandma Chun must have told Song Yu a lot about his parents, which made Song Yu so distracted. He didn't want Song Yu to be involved in the Xie family's muddy waters because he had dealt with that group of crazy Xie family members in his previous life. He knew that they were extreme and paranoid. so he didn't want Song Yu to see those dirty and dark things. However, if Song Yu really wanted to know, it wasn't impossible. What do you want to hear? Xiesui asked softly. How was Song Yu supposed to answer this? He felt that Xiesui probably didn't want to talk about Xiesinian and Su Qiao either. Both of them were simply his childhood nightmares. Let's change the topic. If you're unhappy in the Xie family, you're welcome to come to me at any time. I'll take you out to play. Xiesui couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Song Yu's understanding of a city might not be as deep as his. Okay, take me to your house to play. He reached out and hugged the young man's waist. Then, he gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Aren't you going to sleep? Song Yu's body stiffened for a moment before he nodded his head. It was snowing outside, but the room was peaceful and warm. Next to him was the person he liked. Yang Yang's body was warm from head to toe. Every part of his body felt comfortable and numb from head to toe. Song Yu obediently closed his eyes. His breathing was steady, and he didn't dream that night. That watch was originally intended to be a birthday gift as a surprise gift. However, after finding out about that incident, it became a parting gift that Song Yu gave to Xiesui before he left. He didn't know when Xiesui would say wait, nor did he know what he was waiting for. However, he still believed that Xiesui would come to a city one day. At the Song family's house, Song Weining had already started a series of life-threatening events. Don't come back alone. Bring your little lover back too. Let Dad perk up. Song Yu, then I won't. If Chairman Song perked up, this new year would be really fierce. Song Yu left the city in a very low-key manner. When he returned to a city, he also kept a very low-key manner. The Song family's main residence was in the most prosperous villa area in a city. Song Weining came to pick him up. A city was on holiday early. She was very free now, so she volunteered to pick him up at the airport. After not seeing each other for a few months, Song Weining curled and dyed her hair. At first glance, Song Yu didn't recognize her. They contacted each other through messages every day. At first glance, there was a little warmth between siblings. They looked at each other and smiled. As soon as they got into the car, they began to show their true colors. Song Weining, since you're back this time, you should meet more people. Song Yu lazily Yang. Why should I meet more people? I have a pile of homework. I'm busy studying. Song Weining couldn't believe it. Why? Are you still going to study in Jing City next semester? Song Yu was stunned and smiled with two dimples. Of course. The questions in a city are not difficult at all. I'm going to Jing City to take the college entrance examination. Song Weining, oh, I see. You have a little girlfriend in Jing City. Song Yu smiled twice and didn't deny it. Song Weining said, but Dad won't let you stay at home. You've been ill for so many years. You don't even have a friend of the same age in a city. Now that you're much better, it's time for you to go out and meet people. Song Yu really didn't think much of it. Whatever. Song Weining thought for a while, tilted her head and said with a smile, you know, the city is really lively this year. The Xie family is still in trouble, and the Qin family and the Su family are involved. Now the only son of the Zhao family is coming back. Song Yu felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. His blood turned cold. He tilted his head and looked at Song Weining in a daze. Zhao. Song Weining curled her hair. Yes, Zhao Ziyu is coming back. Don't you remember? Our family has always been on good terms with the Zhao family. Your brother Ziyu even helped you drink when you were a child. Song Yu's whole body stiffened, as if he was in a world of ice and snow outside. Song Weining said, originally, the Zhao family didn't intend to let him come back so soon. Who knew that he just had a fever? When he woke up, he was so determined to come back as if he was possessed. Chapter 90. What the hell was that? Did he know Zhao Ziyu before? Why did Zhao Ziyu suddenly decide to go back to a city? Was this the genius solution that 008 and the Lord God came up with? Song Yu's expression was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Song Weining chuckled and reached out to pinch his face, saying, why are you so surprised? You were close when you were young. You won't be strangers when you see each other. Song Yu pushed her hand away and turned his face away. He pursed his lips and said, let's talk about it when the time comes. The fast-flowing neon lights outside the car window reflected on his face. Song Yu's face was cold and delicate, but there was also a kind of cold and fierce evil spirit. It was like a small beast protecting its food facing a sudden intruder, showing its claws and teeth. Song Wanying sighed at her brother's smooth skin and was amused by her own idea. What the hell was a small beast protecting its food? When he returned to the Song family, except for his brother, Mama Song and Papa Song were all there. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Mama Song was so excited that she almost burst into tears. After learning that he had been safe and sound in Jing City, she finally believed the doctor's words. Dr. Su was right. I was almost recovered after I was discharged from the hospital last time. She sighed. I promised you to go to Jing City at first because I was afraid that your father and I would be too busy to take care of you. I thought that your grandmother would be careful and take care of you so that you could recuperate well. It's been half a year. How do you feel? Who would believe that he went to Jing City to recuperate? Song Yu was too embarrassed to tell his mother what he had done in Jing City No. 1 middle school. Recuperate? It was more like he had made others sick. It's pretty good. The teachers are very kind, and the classmates are very friendly. The atmosphere in the class is also very good. There are few conflicts. Song Yu said without changing his expression. Mama Song nodded with satisfaction and told him to go back to his room to rest and then prepare for dinner. He hadn't lived in the room in the main house of the Song family for a long time. The servants cleaned it carefully before he came. As soon as Song Yu entered, he was attracted by the photos on the table. In the photo, he was forced to wear a suit when he was young. He had milky white skin, light brown hair, clear brown eyes, and impatience. He frowned and pursed his lips as he glanced at the camera. In the words of Song Wanying, if it weren't for your cute appearance, you wouldn't have lacked a beating when you were a child. Song Yu put down her suitcase and walked over. She touched the photo and smiled slowly. His bedroom was on the far right of the second floor. Outside the window was the garden. It was already night time, and it was snowing in a city. It was white outside, and the snow on the fountain statue reflected the moonlight. A servant came over to give him a quilt and asked him to go down for dinner. When he walked out of the door, he bumped into Chairman Song, who was coming down from the third floor with a parrot. Chairman Song was a fire-breathing dragon outside, but at home, he had already entered retirement mode. Wearing gray pajamas and slippers, he looked like a middle-aged man who was slumped at home. As he went downstairs, he scolded the parrot in the cage. Did Song Wanying teach you these messy things? The macaw in the cage had gorgeous feathers, but its mouth was full of vulgar words of love. There's something on your face today. It's a little good-looking, a little good-looking. Chairman Song was angry and shook the cage. Of all the things you learn these things. The parrot was shaken, but its mouth was still chattering. You can do whatever you want, but you're not allowed to leave me. Chairman Song was furious. She's a girl. What is she thinking all day? That was how Song Yu caught Chairman Song's eye. The two of them looked at each other. Song Yu. Dad. Why did he have to bear the responsibility for the sins of Song Wanying and her garbage parrot? When Chairman Song saw him, the anger on his face froze. Then he snorted unnaturally and stuffed the cage into his hands. You're back? From now on, you'll be in charge of your sister's stupid bird. Song Yu held the bird, and the parrot was still talking. In the eyes of a lover, there's only you, not she sure. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that his father was really careless. This parrot had been in his hands for a month, and he was afraid that it would turn from a dog to a dog's spirit. He handed the parrot to a servant. When they went downstairs, Song Wanying was already done. Mama Song waved at them. The family sat together. First, Chairman Song perfunctorily talked about Song Yu's situation in Jing City. Then he asked about his studies. Song Yu was really talkative. It's okay. It's just so. I'm in the top 3 of my class. The difficulty of the exams in Jing City is just so. I got bored and fell asleep at the end of the exam. Song Wanying almost choked on the soup with a spoon. Chairman Song didn't know him well. He just thought that his words were nonsense and asked, Aren't you going to talk about the classmate you play with? Song Yu's hand, which was holding the fork, paused. Which one? Chairman Song. The one who gave you the watch? Song Yu had a guilty conscience. He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "There's nothing to talk about." Chairman Song said slowly, "You're not young anymore, but you have a lot of secrets." Song Yu looked up and said, "I'm not the one with a lot of secrets. You heard what the parrot said just now. Shouldn't you ask my sister what she's doing outside? I think she's in love." Song Wanying couldn't rest while drinking soup. He glanced at Song Yu and explained directly, "She's not in love. She just likes a small-time actor." Speaking of her idol, Song Wanying immediately put down her spoon and her eyes lit up. "Hey, Dad, do you remember the poster I showed you last time? Wasn't the swordsman's image very handsome? Are you interested in investing in the person that your daughter has her eye for gold? I think he's bound to be popular. He's a cash cow worth cultivating." For the huge Song group, the profits of a film and entertainment company might not be enough, let alone an artist. Chairman Song had never been a loving father who loved his children. "Why do you want me to invest in the person you like?" Song Wanying, "Because he's handsome," Chairman Song said sarcastically. Song Wanying steeled her heart and went all out for her idol. "Why don't you transfer to an entertainment company for me to play with?" Song Yu laughed out loud. It was really difficult for her to inherit the family business in order to chase after her idol. Didn't she know how much she was worth? "Chairman Song, you're a girl. Can't you be more reserved?" Mama Song shook her head helplessly. She felt that her daughter was really obsessed. "Wanying, aren't you the most against entering the company? Eat well." Song Wanying snorted and could only choose to shut up. Fortunately, with Song Wanying's interruption, Song Yu didn't have to answer the question of that classmate. On the first day that Song Yu returned to his city, he wanted to see Sui. When chatting at night, he talked about the parrot and his family. After chatting for a long time, he got bored and directly asked, "Song Yu, when are you coming?" "Sui, soon." Song Yu's fingers stopped on the phone screen. He wanted to talk to him about Zhao Ziyu. However, he subconsciously rejected this name and gave up. He decided to make a phone call instead. Sui picked up the phone. On the other side of the phone was a familiar cold voice. "Still not sleeping? Song Yu, it's still early. What are you doing now?" Sui looked at the files on the computer and the video conversation that had just ended. She lowered her eyes and smiled faintly. "Doing homework." Song Yu was shocked. It turned out that Sui was lazy in school and worked hard during the holidays. He was stunned for a moment and said jokingly, "Amazing. Is this the secret skill that you've been learning for years?" Sui smiled. "Yes, I'll only tell you." Although they were separated by such a long distance, the words with a smile seemed to fall on his ears. Song Yu touched his earlobe embarrassedly. "Then do your homework. I won't disturb you. I'm hanging up." Sui chuckled and said in a lazy voice, "Why are you hanging up? I've finished my homework, but I haven't heard enough of your voice." Song Yu's eyes widened slightly. Question mark. He felt very sweet in his heart, but the point was, is this really your first time in love? "Gotcha, not bad. You have a way with words of love." Sui, "It's instinct." Song Yu ridiculed. "You used to be talented in everything, but now everything is instinct." Sui's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance, but the words that came out of his mouth carried a hint of a smile. He spoke casually, as if he was joking. "Perhaps we were lovers in our previous lives." Previous lives. When she mentioned these three words, Song Yu became alert and sad. There was a long silence. Sui seemed to notice that something was wrong with him and shouted, "Yu?" In front of 008, Song Yu sneered at the original plot and was blatantly sarcastic. But when it came to Sui, it was impossible for him to not care. According to 008's original words, it was Zhao Ziyu who took a bullet for Sui. So Sui fell in love with him? Why? Oh, it was foreshadowed for a long time. The two of them got along day and night on the deserted island, and Zhao Ziyu chatted wholeheartedly. Song Yu gritted his teeth and asked frankly, "Sui, do you like me because I'm good to you?" Sui didn't know how to answer this question. She pointed her finger on the table and lowered her head to smile. No. How could it be? After returning to a city in his previous life, there were countless people who were good to him, both sincere and insincere. Even later, when he left the Xie family and pretended to be poor, There were people who were willing to selflessly accompany him and help him, but he didn't need them. He had been cold-hearted all his life. He didn't know that he was so easily moved. Why do you think so? Xiesui asked him. Songyu began to give examples. If you didn't meet me first, but met another person first, he would chat with you all day long, talking about childhood, family, and the past. He would often pester you, showing you his love and gentleness. In the end, when your enemy came, he would sacrifice his life to take a bullet for you. Will you fall in love with him? Xiesui's hand on the table paused slightly, and her eyes were calm and cold. No, I don't like to talk to people about those things, and I don't like to be probed. If you pester me again and again, he joked, maybe I was the one who shot you. Chapter 91. Songyu was shocked. Fuck. You really shot Zhao Ziyu in your previous life. How can you know me so well, boyfriend? He held the phone and was speechless for a long time. However, Xiesui's words were like a tranquilizer, dispersing the anxiety and irritation in his heart. Xiesui lowered her eyes and decided to take the initiative. Based on her understanding of Songyu, she was afraid that he would hold back for a long time because of his pride. He asked, "Why did you suddenly ask this question?" Songyu blinked and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling of the room. His mind was spinning. He decided to be honest with him. Do you still remember the dreams I used to talk about? Xiesui. Yes. Songyu said, every time I dream, it's about you. Xiesui smiled. That's great. Songyu, no. Damn it. Xiesui. Yes, it's my fault. I made you dream about me every time. Songyu. He tried to change the topic and said, what I dream about is the future. Do you believe it? Xiesui paused for a few seconds, thinking about how she should react in a normal way. Finally, she smiled slowly. Is my Yu that amazing? Songyu. His ears were hot and his face was red again. However, the straight man's soul that he had tried hard to suppress after falling in love vaguely began to rise again. Fuck, I'm being serious with you. Why are you flirting? Songyu said, this dream is very long. It's like a TV series. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Come to a city and I'll tell you. Xiesui chuckled. Her voice was cold, but there was an indescribable gentleness in the night. Okay, in exchange, I'll tell you a secret. Songyu's eyes widened. His heart was itching as if it had been scratched by a feather. What is it? Xiesui said, it's not a secret if you tell me. Songyu could only restrain himself. All right, I'll wait for you. Songyu had been in seclusion for nearly 10 years due to his illness. Naturally, he didn't have many friends in a city. As his older sister, Song Weining was instructed by her parents to take him everywhere. The next day, his parents had already gone to the company. When Songyu was having breakfast, Song Weining was at the side feeding the parrot. While feeding, she also instilled her vulgar words of love. Come, recite after me. You are the joy of youth. The youth that I like is also you. The macaw opened its mouth to eat and said to her, I like you very much. Song Weining laughed for a long time. Songyu was drinking milk at the side. His eyes stung as he listened to her. He felt that she had gone mad. After Song Weining finished washing her hands, she sat opposite Songyu. Today, she was a delicate girl. She dressed up beautifully, from her hairstyle to her earrings to her outfit, and even sat in front of the mirror for 2 hours to finish. Hurry up. Come with me to visit the set after you're done eating. Songyu. Which one? Song Weining excitedly took out her phone and swiped to the screen. The screen showed a picture of a swordsman in white. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were strong. He stood in the middle of a bamboo forest, looking indescribably handsome and domineering. Look at your future brother-in-law. Songyu. Why did he remember that his brother-in-law was an elegant, handsome, and fair-skinned man? But who could say for sure what happened in a dream? As for his sister's marriage, he chose to keep quiet. When they were about to leave, Song Weining insisted on going upstairs to touch up her makeup. Songyu, who was bored, sat at the table and read the newspaper. The first page of the newspaper was actually about the Xie family. It wasn't about Xie Xinyan's generation. After all, Not many people dared to expose such a rich family's feud. It was about Shinrue. Xie eldest son, Xie Mingxin, was the president of a technology company. Scandals were everywhere. First, personal information of customers was leaked. Then, a new game was accused of plagiarism. Now, there was a lot of criticism online, and the company's stock price kept falling. It seemed that this matter had been brewing for a few days. Songyu went on Weibo. One of the top 3 trending topics was about Shinrue. The popularity had not dissipated yet. When he clicked on it, he saw all kinds of passionate insults from netizens. They cursed Shinrue to quickly close down, and the senior management to quickly get out of here and die. Songyu was not interested in this. To be precise, he was interested in the name of Xie Mingxin. The netizens' expectations were probably going to be disappointed. It was not that easy to make a listed company close down, not to mention that Xie Mingxin was backed by the Xie family. This kind of news would arouse more public anger if it was suppressed. Moreover, Xie Xinian himself was so busy that he probably had no time to care about his eldest son's matters. That was why he let it stay on the trending topics for so long. Song Weining went downstairs in high spirits. Songyu put away the newspaper, looked her up and down, and asked, "What identity did you use to visit?" Song Weining flipped her curly hair and said, "It's too simple. I used my excellent social skills to get the right to visit Brother Mingyi's set from his fan group. Your sister's current persona is probably a pure female college student who quietly chases after celebrities." Songyu sneered. "A pure female college student?" Song Weining, "Yes." "Songyu, what are you after? Didn't you want to follow the script of a domineering female CEO yesterday?" Song Weining said calmly, "I'm after a pure love that is not mixed with anything material." Songyu, 666. Song Weining fiddled with her earrings and sighed. "In the end, I'm still too poor. I look like I'm rich, but I'm well aware of what I'm living like. Why do you think Dad is so old-fashioned?" "Oh, it's not just him. It's also his group of middle-aged and elderly entrepreneur friends." Haha. Songyu exposed her. "If you really love him, you should sell your belongings. I remember that when you came of age, Grandpa gave you a house in the Shuyan mansion." Song Weining, "Actually, it's not a matter of money. If I really spend a lot of money for him, Chairman Song will feel embarrassed and I'll be scolded when I come back." Haha. Songyu was too lazy to ridicule her and changed the topic to today's itinerary. "If I go with you, won't I be bored?" He glanced at the parrot bathed in the golden sunlight and said, "It's better to walk the bird alone." Song Weining was puzzled. "Is this lousy parrot as good-looking as my brother?" The macaw was very intelligent. When it heard Song Weining's words, it immediately flapped its wings and opened its eyes wide. "I have everything you like." Songyu was amused. "You're quite good." Song Weining rolled her eyes. "What the hell?" The parrot was praised and proudly kept repeating, "I have everything you like. I have everything you like." "Shut up. Just one sentence is enough." The parrot didn't listen. "I have everything you like." Songyu sneered. "You're ugly in the way I like." Song Weining. The parrot probably sensed that something was wrong and immediately changed its words. "If you're safe, then it's sunny. If you're safe, then it's sunny." The weather outside was really good. The sun fell on the unmelted snow in the garden, and the white light was dazzling. However, Songyu already felt that this annoying bird was sick of it. He went out with a smile and directly threatened it. "One more sentence and you won't live past today." The macaw intelligently shut its mouth. The little princess of Star City Entertainment, Hua Yin, was Song Weining's childhood friend. Therefore, Song Weining had a pass issued by the fan group, but she didn't go with the group. They arrived at the film studio. Songyu really didn't want to waste time with her here, so he planned to leave after sending her here. However, he was stopped by Song Weining. "Genius director Song, don't you want to go and observe?" Songyu refused very straightforwardly, "No." Hua Yin stopped her. "Don't make things difficult for your brother. Yu doesn't chase stars. It's boring to go there. Let him walk around." Song Weining let him go. This place was Gu Feng's filming base. Next to it were rockery gardens, pavilions, and carved beams and painted rafters. It was antique. Songyu was handsome, tall, and long-legged. Along the way, Many people secretly took photos of him, guessing that he was a small star. Song-yu was bored. Seeing that there were many crazy messages in the class group, he found a pavilion to sit down and began to reply to the messages. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Brother Yu, how are you doing in a city? Alas, one day without you feels like 3 years. I miss you so much now. Your husband, Brother Yu. Have you finished your winter homework? So free. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. QWQ no, don't mention it. After I took my results back, my dad immediately beat me up. The worst thing was that my mom caught me playing games all night. Now she's forcing me to learn how to cook with her. Oh, I'm convinced. I'm living a life worse than death in a restaurant. Lights like old times. Ha ha ha, awesome. Next time, we'll go for a picnic. Brother Sadako, remember to show off your skills. Playing wild at 90, Brother Yu. Is it snowing in a city? Take a picture for us to see. It's Wanwan. What's snow? Take a picture. Handsome. Take a selfie. Song-yu ignored the commotion. He left and wanted to chat with Xie, but suddenly he felt someone sitting next to him. It was the beginning of the day after the snow, and everything had a fresh and cold aura. The person next to him seemed to have the same smell. Song-yu tilted his head and found that it was a quite good-looking young man. They were 50-50. He was dressed very casually and was on the phone. His voice was also quite pleasant. I'm at the Gufeng filming base in the film and television city. Yes, I just let them come over to play. My body is almost recovered, don't worry. Okay, come and pick me up. He put down his phone and tilted his head to look. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Song-yu's. Song-yu also saw his facial features clearly. His facial features were deep. His eyes were phoenix-shaped. His lips were very thin, and his skin was fair. He had a kind of elegant and noble aura, and his temperament was also different. At first glance, one could tell that he was from a rich family. The young man met his gaze and didn't avoid it. He just smiled and said, "There's no one next to you, right? If there's no one, I'll sit here first." Song-yu wasn't an easygoing person, and he didn't have much enthusiasm for strangers. He replied, "There's no one. Sit down." After that, he lowered his head and continued to play with his phone. The young man nodded politely and put his laptop on his lap. He leaned against the railing of the pavilion seat and began to type on the keyboard with his slender hands. The sound was crisp and smooth in his ears. Song-yu began to receive a series of complaints from Ma shouting. He didn't even have time to go out and find Xie. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. I only learned for 3 days, and my parents think that I can graduate. Let me take care of lunch today. Damn, how do I open the gas tank? Which way should I turn it? You've got me doesn't know how to. I've never used a gas tank before. Your husband, Brother Yu. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. I turned it right. But should I turn on the oil first or the water first? Don't the salt and MSG sauce and vinegar have names? Your husband, Brother Yu. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Aw, I smell a very strange smell. Is the gas tank leaking when I turn my head? Aw, what should I do? Am I going to be poisoned to death today? What should I do, Brother Yu? Your husband, Brother Yu. A row of exclamation marks. Song-yu was annoyed beyond words. Your husband, Brother Yu. Don't panic. Let's smoke and calm down first. After he finished replying, he suddenly heard the sound of candy wrapping being peeled. He tilted his head and saw that the young man next to him had torn open a mint candy and put it in his mouth. His gaze still didn't leave the screen, serious and focused. Chapter 92. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. QWQ. Lights like the past. Don't panic about the gas leak. Light a cigarette and calm down. Bamboo cane and straw shoes. Damn, I'm dying of laughter. Listen to Brother Yu and hurry up. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Bye. JPG. It's Wanwan. Brother Sadako, you really don't know what's good for you. Don't waste Brother Yu and God Xie's time to chat, okay? Qingning, that's right. Crazy about my husband. You're so annoying. Song-yu retracted his gaze from the people beside him. When he looked at the group messages again, he was already flooded with a row of ha ha ha. When he exited, a message popped up on his phone that there was only 10% battery left. Song Yu's lower lip twitched. He really shouldn't have come out with Song Wanying. It was so boring. He might as well stay at home and take a walk. Moreover, his phone was out of battery. What was the point of staying here? Song Yu called Song Wanying, but she didn't pick up for a long time. Sure enough, she didn't even want her own brother after seeing the lover of her dreams. This was something she would do. Song Yu wasn't surprised at all. He planned to ignore her and directly called the driver to pick him up. His actions seemed to have attracted the attention of the young man next to him. The young man was a little taller than him. He looked over and said calmly and politely, "Do you want to charge it?" Song Yu tilted his head and was stunned for a moment before saying, "Thank you, but no need. This bit of battery should be able to last until the driver comes to pick me up." The young man smiled and looked at him quietly. Okay. His eyes were a very dark brown. His eye sockets were deep, like still water flowing in an abyss. Song Yu didn't know why, but he felt a little strange. The young man in front of him gave him a very contradictory feeling. Because his external temperament wasn't friendly and even a little arrogant, but he appeared to be very gentle and friendly. But who cares? He's just a stranger. Song Yu didn't stay here for long. He wasn't embarrassed to be alone with a stranger, but purely because this person gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. However, he just got up and took 2 steps outside. The young man also received a call. After replying a few words in a cold voice, he seemed to have changed the address. He turned off the computer and walked out. Outside the film studio, by the side of the street, Song Yu received a call from the driver again. It seemed that he was stuck in a traffic jam and might be a little late. The young man in the pavilion stood beside him. The two of them were silent. After a while, a black Maybach slowly drove over. A man in a silver-gray suit got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the door for the young man. The chauffeur said, "Young master, Madam wants you to go back to the main residence first to meet someone." The young man nodded slightly. Song Yu was bored to death as he watched from the side. He could guess that this young man's family background was not ordinary, so he was not very surprised. Unexpectedly, after the young man handed the computer to the driver, he tilted his head and asked, "Want to go together?" Song Yu. "What?" The young man's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "I happened to pass by the Song family on the way." Song Yu looked at him for a few seconds. Oh, right. If he was from a rich family in a city, there was no reason for him not to know the Song family and him. This was a somewhat overzealous stranger. Song Yu flatly refused. "Thank you. The driver will be here soon. Don't bother." Hearing this, the young man laughed. His slightly sharp and arrogant facial features softened, and his dark brown eyes showed a little helplessness. "You are still vigilant as when you were a child." Song Yu suddenly looked at him. The young man said slowly, "We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want to have a good chat, Yu?" Song Yu turned off the phone expressionlessly. He was wrong. He hadn't shown up in a city for so long. After leaving the hospital, he went straight to Jing City. It would be strange if he could recognize him. Song Yu had thought about what would happen to him if he met Zhao Ziyu many times. But he never thought that they would sit in the same car, and it was he who agreed. Just like he went a floating light just to see what China Mo looked like. Now he was also disgusted by Zhao Ziyu's strange behavior. He wanted to solve these things before Xie Sui came to his city. "Do you want candy?" Zhao Ziyu handed him a mint candy in his palm. Song Yu said, "No." Zhao Ziyu slowly tore the candy wrapper and said softly, "I remember you liked mint candy very much when you were a child." He put the candy into his mouth with his slender fingers and said slowly, "I like this taste because of you, Song Yu. Awesome." He deserved to be the chosen one. He was totally different from China Mo, who would only be scolded by him. A single sentence was enough to infuriate him. Song Yu suppressed his anger and didn't look like he was laughing because of anger. He said calmly, "Awesome. It seems that I forced you to eat a ton of mint candy when you were a child. You didn't get sick, did you?" Zhao Ziyu just smiled. It seemed that he didn't want to talk to him about this kind of thing. "Wait a minute. I have a lot to say to you. Let's think about it first." Song Yu had nothing to say to him, no need. "Tell me why you came back to a city so early. I'll get off right away." Zhao Ziyu just smiled and said, "Oh, wait for me. In a while, I'll answer whatever you ask." Song Yu, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a sullen and uncomfortable feeling. Zhao Ziyu looked out of the window. His gaze was very far away, as if he was looking at a ridiculous and empty place. The arrogance between his eyebrows was covered with a thin layer of snow. He had the candy in his mouth and his thin lips were slightly pursed. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, the cold mint candy on the tip of his tongue completely melted. He looked away, tilted his head and said softly, "You asked me why I came back to a city?" Song Yu gritted his teeth and said coldly, 008, "I don't think you need to pretend." Zhao Ziyu frowned. "Who is 008? Song Yu said, "Artificial retard." Zhao Ziyu paused for a second and smiled. "Have you watched too many sci-fi movies recently?" Song Yu half straightened up. Regardless of the driver in front of him, he said directly, I don't believe that there's nothing strange about coming back to a city so suddenly." Zhao Ziyu stared into his eyes. "There's something strange about it." Song Yu sneered. "Do you know why the world line collapses again and again? It's because of stupid people like you who make decisions without thinking." Zhao Ziyu didn't seem to listen to him at all. He continued his own words and said, "For you, Song Yu, strong." No matter whether Zhao Ziyu was really crazy or not, he had asked if he was 008. The other party insisted that he wasn't, so there was no need to talk. Song Yu decisively withdrew his gaze and said to the driver, "Stop, I'll get off here." The driver was also a little confused. Zhao Ziyu didn't say anything, so he didn't know who to listen to. "Young Master Song, it's not convenient to park here. Do you want to take a seat? We'll be there soon." Zhao Ziyu just said lightly, "Aren't you curious about why I'm here for you?" Song Yu ignored him. Maybe he lacked fatherly love, or was looking for abuse. If Zhao Ziyu said that he came back for Xie Sui, he might be angry and hold back his temper to listen more. But for himself, he would forget it. Zhao Ziyu looked at his cold and determined face and smiled. "It's the third time. You've rejected me 3 times in one day." Song Yu said, "That's all? You can try. I can refuse more. Open the door." He was a little impatient. He even thought that if the driver didn't stop, he would directly use Zhao Ziyu as a threat. The driver was in a dilemma. Zhao Ziyu raised his hand and said, "Take him to the shopping mall in front and let him get off." The driver breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." Zhao Ziyu concluded his attitude. "Do you hate me?" Song Yu glanced at him lightly. Zhao Ziyu's eyes curved and the illusion of gentleness disappeared. The arrogance and sharpness between his eyebrows appeared. He said, "But in the next month, you're destined to see me frequently." After Song Yu got out of the car at the shopping mall, he turned around. His light-colored pupils reflected a cold light like the first snow. "Are you sure you want to see me frequently?" Zhao Ziyu looked at him neither servile nor overbearing. Song Yu slowly smiled. "Okay, don't regret it." There was no need to rush to his death. Anyway, the friendship between the Song and Zhao families was destined to be destroyed in his hands. The car door closed. The driver broke out in a cold sweat. This young master of the Song family is not as sick as the rumors say. After considering his words, the driver said, "He's quite imposing." Zhao Ziyu gave a short laugh and said meaningfully, "He has always been like this." The driver carefully withdrew his gaze. He swallowed back the words in his heart. In fact, he felt that the young master had changed after coming back from abroad. In the past, the young master's temper was definitely not so easy to get along with. When third young master Song treated him coldly, he would definitely ridicule him harshly. After Song Yu left, Zhao Ziyu looked out of the window with a cold and tired expression. All the hair on his forehead was combed up, revealing a smooth forehead. The bridge of his nose was high, his facial features were deep, and his skin was cold and white. He was handsome with a bit of a young man. "Host, you. What are you doing?" A weak voice came from his mind. Zhao Ziyu said lightly, 008. "Is that your colleague?" The system in his mind was silent for a moment. Zhao Ziyu said, "Song Yu hates me. It seems that there's a problem here. He also has memories of his previous life, but not too much. After all." He paused and smiled ambiguously. If he remembers everything, he won't just hate me. He will want to kill me. The system said in a low voice, yes, Song Yu is one of the malfunctions in this world. But you are the main character of this world. We let you get the memories of your previous life in the hope that you can finish the plot again. You still love Xie Sui, don't you? When Zhao Ziyu heard the name Xie Sui, the corners of his mouth hooked up. His fingers touched his chest. The pain did not disappear with the memory. His tone was very calm, with a bit of sarcasm. Love? Maybe I want to see him suffer more now. The system forcibly corrected his thoughts and said in a trembling voice, it's because of love that you hate. You two are entangled like this. Zhao Ziyu asked, you showed me the so-called entanglement of the original work? The system was silent. Zhao Ziyu said, how ironic. I loved him so much in my previous life that I went crazy. Didn't I also not follow the plot you imagined? The system explained weakly, there must be a problem in your previous life. Zhao Ziyu said, it's Song Yu. He laughed, but slowly fell silent. His eyes were a bit confused, like smoke floating in his eyes. There were memories, remorse, regret, and sarcasm. It was unfathomable. When he was 5 years old, I helped him block his first drink. When he was 25 years old, I took advantage of his trust and forced him to drink his last drink. Because of jealousy, I joined forces with Qin and Mo to kill him. Chapter 93. As soon as he entered the house, the noisy parrot saw him and began to flap its wings frantically. He could feel its joy even through the cage. Its voice was ear-piercing. Welcome home. No place can be called home without you. Song Yu suppressed his anger and walked over. The macaw looked at him with its round eyes. He took a deep breath and said calmly to the parrot, come, repeat after me. Zhao Ziyu, you must die. The servant at the side was speechless. During dinner that night, Chairman Song criticized Song Weiniing. I asked you to take your brother out for a walk, not to chase after celebrities. Why did you abandon him halfway? Is this what an elder sister should do? Song Weiniing knew that he was in the wrong. He sat up straight and shouted, my dear brother, do you want to go to a university tomorrow? Song Yu was traumatized from bumping into Zhao Ziyu on his first day out. He flatly refused. Forget it. I'll just walk my bird at home. This bird is much cuter than the people outside. The bird that was named raised its head proudly. Chairman Song was dissatisfied. Nonsense. You stay at home all day. You don't study or make friends. Are you waiting to grow moldy? Song Yu's mouth twitched. I'm waiting for love. I'm afraid that saying it will agitate you. In the end, under the strong urging of his parents, Song Yu was forced to go out. A university was Xie Sui's alma mater in his previous life. Song Yu relied on this obsession to generate some interest. When they were chatting at night, Song Yu asked Xie Sui, I'm going to a university tomorrow. Do you want me to take some photos for you? Xie Sui, you want to appear in person? Song Yu held back his laughter. That's not impossible. Xie Sui smiled. Okay. Song Yu added, in my dream, a university is still your alma mater. Xie Sui paused for a moment and smiled. Yes. When they were chatting over the phone, it felt like something was missing. However, it was too late, and Xie Sui had been busy with the Xie family's matters recently. Song Yu couldn't say much, so he hung up after chatting for a while. Ever since he met Zhao Ziyu, his heart had been palpitating. He got out of bed and wanted to pour himself a glass of water. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. Dizziness and weightlessness came over him. Song Yu immediately held onto the wall next to him to prevent himself from falling. His body felt like it was stepping on air. At the same time, his soul felt like it was being stripped of its flesh and blood. Pain flooded his entire body. For a moment, he felt like he was going to faint from the pain. But the pain only lasted for a second. It came violently and left violently. Song Yu's body stiffened. His eyes silently stared at one point, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The young man's face was pale. Under the light, there was a kind of transparent and sickly feeling. His fingertips were cold and trembling. Song Yu whispered, 008. However, no one responded for a long time. The air was dead silent. Jing City was different from the sunny weather in a city. It had been snowing here all the time. Finally, it stopped for a while. It was also a gloomy day. A car drove out of the cemetery. The tires ran over the snow, leaving a long track. In the cemetery, in front of a grave, the snow was cleaned up. A man bent down and put down a bunch of flowers. He was followed by 2 bodyguards. Beside him stood a tall young man. Siesinian stood up slowly. The silver-gray suit was steady and straight. The man was tall. His eyes were coffee-colored. The eye shape was similar to Siesue's. However, he was less romantic when he was young. Now, he looked more weathered. His voice was also low. He murmured softly in the oppressive snow, 10 years. Siesue looked at the tombstone indifferently without any emotion. He was repulsed by the cemetery and tombstones from the bottom of his heart. Compared with Siesinian, his face was younger and colder. It was as cold as frost. Sitting in the car, the father and son were silent. After a long time, Siesinian touched the ring on his ring finger and said, "Asue, come back to a city with me." Siesue looked out of the car window quietly. Siesinian said, "I have divorced Qin Shuyun now. The marriage alliance between me and the Qin family was just a show. When Xiao Qiao was pregnant with you, I planned to do so. However, because of your grandfather, I delayed for a while. I didn't expect that your mother would disappear. I thought that she didn't dare to disturb me for so many years because she hated my deception. I didn't expect that she was framed by Qin Shuyun and driven out of a city. Now that I have fallen out with the Qin family and your grandfather, you will be my only heir when you go back." Siesue smiled faintly. He was tired of being sarcastic. It was exactly the same as the words in the previous life. Why can't Siesinian leave my touching fantasy? Siesinian paused and said, "I know you hate me, but shouldn't you hate the person who hurt your mother more? You should go back to the Xie family, take back everything that belongs to you, and avenge your mother." Siesue tilted his head. There was a faint smile in his dark eyes. He said softly, "Do I have to go back to the Xie family to avenge her?" Siesinian looked into his eyes and slowly closed them. "You are very different from what I thought." He had thought that the son of him and Su Qiao, who grew up alone in Jing City, should be humble and pitiful. He might be angry, nervous, or expectant of him. However, he didn't expect that the young man would call him Uncle Xie gracefully when they met for the first time. The calmness that didn't belong to his age. Siesue took after his mother's appearance, but his character was very similar to his. He was a cold-blooded member of the Xie family. Siesinian said, "Even if your mother fled to Jing City, she didn't change your surname because she still hoped that you would come back." Siesue said carelessly, "Why do I have to bear the responsibility for her stupidity?" Siesinian said, "What about Songyu?" Siesue wasn't surprised that he would say this name. Siesinian would definitely investigate when he came to Jing City. Besides, he didn't intend to hide his relationship with Songyu from him. Siesinian didn't expect that his son would fall in love with the mysterious and weak young master of the Song family in Jing City. However, this might be a piece of good news. The Song family has protected Songyu well for so many years. If you don't go back to a city, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to see him again. Siesue was silent. But in his heart, he said indifferently, "Why do you think I want to see you? Songyu just mentioned a university to Ma Xiaoding." Ma Xiaoding, who was talkative, immediately spread the news in the class group and reported Songyu's whereabouts in real time. Yuanju, class 1 of the first middle school. With such an old-fashioned name, the class group was in a mess. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Brother Yu is going to my alma mater, a university? Yu? Bowen. When did a university become your alma mater? Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. The school my mother wants me to go to is called alma mater. Is there a problem? It's Wanwan. Awesome. Lights like the past. Brother Yu is going to a university? You must go to the wishing well in the campus of Huayuan. You're so smart. Songyu walked in the avenue and happened to see this message. He tilted his head and asked Song Weining, "Where is the campus of Huayuan?" Song Weining tilted her head. She was dressed very casually today, and her curly hair fell over her shoulders. She blinked and said, "Don't tell me you found a guide on the internet and want to go to the wishing well there." Songyu, seeing Songyu's speechless expression, Song Wanying laughed uncontrollably and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I actually guessed correctly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Although I've never believed it before, what if it comes true?" The campus of Huayuan was far away, and they had to wait for an on-campus bus. When they got on the bus, Song could hear the exclamations and whispers of people taking photos. Song Wanying was also a popular figure in a university. She was the prettiest girl in the journalism department and had outstanding looks and an outstanding family background. Many people knew her. When they saw the young man beside her, a few of them were bold enough to ask her quietly, "Wanying, is this your brother?" Song Wanying took out the lollipop in her mouth and saw the crowd's intentions at a glance. She said, "Yes. Don't think about it. He's already taken." The group of people. Are all handsome guys so popular these days? The wishing well in a university's campus of Huayuan was also a famous place. In winter, many people gathered here. The location of the wishing well was actually very remote. It was behind a building and flowed down the hillside to form a small pool. The pool was clear and pebbles could be seen in it. There was snow on the green grass beside it that had solidified into a thin layer of ice. It was a little dazzling under the sun. Song Wanying said, "Just make a wish in your heart and drink some water." Song Yu's main point was, "Won't the water be dirty?" So many people use their hands to hold the water every day. Song Wanying rolled her eyes. "Do you have any sincerity? It's already good enough that I'm giving you a place to make a wish. I don't need you to make a wish." Song Yu smiled and said, "Then wait a moment." He took out his phone and took a photo of Xie Sui. "Song Yu, do you have anything you want to wish for?" When Xie Sui received the photo, she had just ended her conversation with Xie Xinian. When she saw the familiar place in the photo, she was slightly stunned. Her thoughts drifted to her previous life. A university's wishing well. When he was at his lowest and at the end of his rope, he didn't believe in gods. Now that he saw the clear spring water and the clear reflection of the young man, he lowered his eyes and smiled. "Xie Sui, then make a wish that I can see you sooner." Song Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of wish was this? "Song Yu, be serious." "Xie Sui, make a wish that there will be no more parting between us." When Song Yu saw this sentence, his entire body froze for a second. His face was dazed for a moment, and his light brown eyes were a little confused. Fear and uneasiness entered his heart along with the slightly cold winter wind. He was mentioned endlessly on the first high school forum. They said, "Who would be able to subdue an existence like Brother Yu?" Actually, there were many things that could subdue him. Family, lovers, and even friends. Looking deeper, life and death, illness, aging, everything was beyond the individual and was determined by fate. He had never taken his inexplicable and decorative illness to heart. It wasn't until he saw Xie Sui's message that he recalled what happened yesterday that he realized that he was still sick. Was it a mental illness because of traveling back and forth between two worlds? Song Yu's fingers were cold and a little sour. Rather than saying that he was afraid, it was more appropriate to say that his heart ached. If he woke up and returned to another world, lying in the ward, his phone stopped at the reading page of Gentle Control. To him, Xie Sui was just a pitiful little girl in the book. How sad would he be? How sad would he be? How sad would Xie Sui be? Song Yu. Okay, that's it. Song Yu, I won't leave you. Don't be afraid. After typing this line, Song Yu pursed his lips. He didn't know who he was comforting. He never liked to show his vulnerability in front of Xie Sui. Perhaps it was because he had a preconceived notion that Xie Sui was the one who needed his protection. So this became an instinct and a subconscious reaction. Whether it was Qin Mo or Zhao Ziyu, they both dealt with it in private. He didn't even want to give them a chance to appear in front of Xie Sui. Xie Sui stared at the two lines. Her long eyelashes cast shadows and her eyes were deep. He thought that he shouldn't have mentioned the topic of parting. When Song Yu mentioned this, he felt irritated and unwilling to face it. Song Wanying rolled his eyes. "Can you hurry up? Are you addicted to chatting with your girlfriend? Aren't you just asking her what she wants? Besides, you have to make a wish yourself. It will come true if you are sincere. You are standing here making a wish for your little girlfriend. She hasn't even arrived yet. It would be strange if it came true." Song Yu said, Sorry, his wish is my wish. Song Weiniang said. Huh? What wish? 100 years of marriage and a baby soon? It was rare for Song Yu to be so cultured. To grow old together. No matter how many idiots there are, they can't break us up. Song Weiniang was speechless. Song Yu had just seen the news about Xin Rue in the newspaper. In less than 3 days, Xie Mingxin was exposed to another shocking scandal. This scandal shocked the entire upper class of a city. In Qinghe residence, a few photos were circulated. It was of a man and a woman acting ambiguously. The man was Xie Mingxin. He was probably drunk because of the company's crisis. He was holding a woman's waist and leaning on her shoulder. Their posture was extremely intimate. The woman's face was revealed in the last photo. It was none other than Xie Mingxin's aunt, Xie Lingshu. When Song Weiniang saw the news, she was drinking milk tea and almost choked on the pearls. She coughed until she was about to cry. She hurriedly pushed it away. This is my punishment. Tell me that I'm destined to not drink milk tea and that boiled cabbage is more suitable for me. I repent. I repent. Song Yu was stunned. Who is Xie Lingshu? Song Weiniang's expression was extremely complicated. When old Master Xie was 60 years old, he kept the daughter of a small-time celebrity. That small-time celebrity later committed suicide by taking poison. Xie Lingshu was then brought back. Her position in the Xie family was quite awkward. Old Master Xie himself didn't value her very much. No one in the family treated her as a mistress. Song Yu. Song Weiniang took a deep breath. The Xie family is indeed a family of scumbags. It's better to stay away from them in the future. Old Master Xie is a womanizer, and third young Master Xie is a scumbag. His descendants are probably not good either. Song Yu. After a moment of silence, he decided to speak up for his boyfriend. This is just an example. Don't be so decisive. Song Weiniang sneered. Do you know the Xie family better than I do? Don't talk about it. The Xie family is an abyss. Whoever enters it will be unlucky. She curled her hair. Old Master Xie and Xie Xinian will probably be angered to death. But the Xie family is really ruthless. I've seen Xie Lingshu a few times at banquets. One look and I can tell that she's ambitious and scheming. But she's too ambitious. She even seduced her own nephew. She was purely watching the show. Now that things have turned out this way, Xie Mingxin's position as the crown prince of the Xie family is probably in jeopardy. The Xie family doesn't lack people. Song Yu had a headache when he thought about the messy relationships of the Xie family. No, he couldn't let Xie Sui get involved in that mess alone. You'd better deal with the Xie family. As the daughter of the Song family, Song Weiniang didn't have any scruples. She had always been sarcastic towards the Xie family and said casually, "How can I explain the Xie family's affairs? But you just need to know that most of the men in the family are scumbags, and most of the women are crazy. They look good on the outside, but those who know them know how rotten they are. Of course, they might still be a fragrant and tempting cake outside." Song Yu's mouth twitched. Oh, Song Weiniang concluded, Xie Lingshu's image has collapsed. A genius jewelry designer, the daughter of a noble family, was found out to be having sex with her nephew. The Xie family's winter is really exciting. Song Yu had been in a city for a few days and was in the eye of the storm. But because of the protection of his family, he hadn't seen this with his own eyes. Xie Lingshu was originally a public figure. After this incident was exposed, the scandal was all over. However, Song Yu was still a little surprised. How could the Xie family allow this kind of family scandal to be spread? There was no chance for it to be reported at all. Song Weiniang snorted. Only old Master Xie and Xie Xinian care about family scandals and reputation. The rest of the Xie family can't wait for this matter to blow up. It's best if they can completely destroy Xie Mingxin. A bunch of lunatics. Of course, it's impossible for them to do nothing. The news is going to be blocked soon. On the television, Xie Lingshu's eyes were red. The Xie family's genes were very good. She was undoubtedly a beauty. Few people in the entertainment industry could compare to her. She didn't cry. Her exquisite makeup couldn't hide her haggard appearance. She seemed to be trying her best to control her emotions. She said to the camera, "I don't know who took those photos and how the rumors spread, but the innocent knows that they are innocent. I will soon give justice to myself and the evil person an unforgettable punishment." But her punishment hadn't come yet. Another piece of news bombarded a city. Xie Xinian and Qin Xiuyun divorced. This incident happened very early, but it was only reported at this critical juncture. There was another uproar on the internet. The public was very interested in this kind of feud between rich and powerful families. They immediately made guesses. Songyu looked annoyed and chatted with Xie Sui. Songyu. My sister said that the Xie family's men are scumbags and their women are crazy. You should be careful. Xie Sui was stunned and didn't know how to reply. But Songyu's definition of himself had always been kind, simple, and can be moved by a little gentleness and kindness. He smiled faintly. Xie Sui, okay. Xie Sui, I'll return to a city tomorrow. Xie Sui, wait for me. Xie Sui turned off his phone. He looked out of the window silently. Actually, he had lied to Songyu. He had already arrived in a city today and reached the Xie family. Located on the central axis of the city, it was the most prosperous, but also the most depressing. The Xie family's old mansion was like a dormant beast under the night sky. The winter night was dark, and the darkness was condensed. The carved iron door slowly opened. He stepped onto the stone steps that led to the inside. Red roses climbed on the branches, and the darkness was extravagant. Xie Sui touched the watch on his wrist casually and looked up at the strange, yet familiar place in front of him. The exquisite villa was illuminated, and the main hall was full of people. The butler said respectfully, "Young master, please go in." Third young master has already made it clear to them. Everyone is waiting for you now. Xie Xinian divorced Qin Xiuyun directly. At this juncture, he brought Xie Sui back and confessed everything to the Su family. The entire Xie family knew what his motive was. The position that they had fought so hard for was going to be taken by a teenager who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, who knew how many people were waiting for him to make things difficult and be jealous. The butler felt sorry for this child and sighed inaudibly. Don't be afraid. The Su family is also inside. Xie Sui asked, Is Su Shuren here? The butler was stunned. He didn't know why he was so calm and even said little aunt's name directly.
Yes.
Xie Sui smiled. That's good. Xie Sui could guess Su Shuren's motive. Xie Xinian was now deeply in love, but in the end, he couldn't give Su Qiao a status anymore. He had said that he wouldn't marry for the rest of his life. If this continued, the Xie family wouldn't be able to explain it to them. Su Shuren could use this to make a fuss. He could pretend to be pitiful and selfless, feeling sorry for his nephew who was alone and helpless. He could use Xie Xinian's remaining regret to successfully marry Xie Xinian and become a Mrs. Xie who didn't matter to Xie Xinian, but who needed such an identity. She had a good plan. But how could he let her get what she wanted? Xie Sui looked down and smiled. There was a bit of sarcasm and deep meaning on her face. She said softly, It's been a long time. They were all old friends. Xie Sui, I'll go back to a city tomorrow. Xie Sui, wait for me. Song Yu's eyes widened when he saw it. He sat up, as if a rainbow had risen in his heart, fresh and bright, dispelling the haze. It seemed that he would be particularly relieved when he saw him. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Songyu, Songyu. It's finally here. He happily walked to the balcony and saw the parrot. He instantly felt that it was handsome and taught it to speak. Come on, do it quickly, do it quickly. After being tortured by him, the parrot was listless. Songyu was satisfied. He returned to his room, calmed down, and began to plan to sleep. However, he couldn't sleep well. He tossed and turned. Sure enough, every time he said goodnight to Xie Sui, he would be restless all night. He took out his phone in the middle of the night. Thinking that Xie Sui might need to rest, he didn't disturb him. He wanted to wake himself up, so he stared at Ma Xiaoting's profile picture of Sadako for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but click on it. Your husband, brother you. Chat with me. Ma Xiaoting had always been a person who stayed up late. During the winter vacation, she was even the champion of the night watch. After being poked by Songyu, she was immediately flattered. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Okay, brother you, what do you want to talk about? Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and crawling on the TV. I have everything you want to talk about. Sadako does not forget the well digger. Happy little panda holding a windmill. JPG, Songyu remembered that when he first came to Jing City, the first time he seemed to talk to Ma shouting about Xiesui. Now, in the middle of the night, he only wanted to talk about his boyfriend. Your husband, brother you. Do you have any photos of Xiesui before junior high school? Sadako does not forget the well digger. Sadako does not forget the well digger. WDF? Brother you. Isn't it enough that you and God Xia are lovey-dovey every day? Why are you talking to me about him in the middle of the night? Your husband, brother you. Ma shouting gave up very quickly, but distance made people courageous. He felt that if this continued, brother you would become gay sooner or later. He boldly sent him a link. Sadako does not forget the well digger. Brother you, let's talk about something that men should talk about in the middle of the night. Your husband, brother you. Do you want to die? Sadako does not forget the well digger. QWQ, I was wrong. Sadako does not forget the well digger. If you want to see God Xia's old photos, go to the forum. That group of crazy women have dug up his past. There are all kinds of photos. Songyu logged out of the number 1 high school forum again. He directly searched for keywords. The posts were in chronological order. He should have been looking for photos, but his attention was attracted by the first post. Come in and dream. What is it like to be God Xia's boyfriend? Main post. It must be very cool. Just thinking about it makes me happy. 1L. If I ask him questions I don't know, he will helplessly call me a little idiot. Then, with a pen in his slender and beautiful hand, he will patiently and gently tell me every step of the process. He, cover face, shy 2L. We will sleep in the same bed in the future. If I don't sleep in the middle of the night, I will open my eyes and count his eyelashes for fun. God Xia's eyelashes are heaven-defying. Sob, 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 sob. 3L, sigh. The school days are purer. I am too sleepy in class, so I will lie down and sleep first. When he reaches the main point, he will gently knock on my desk. Green years, TSK, TSK, TSK. 4L, God Xia is so good at fighting. If anyone dares to bully me, I will ask him to help me beat them back. If I do badly, the top student in the grade will comfort me and say that the results are not important. Shy. 5L, fuck. You guys are so good at talking. I am envious. In the middle of the night, I sat up and couldn't help but shout, I want to marry Xiesui. Then, my husband hugged my waist and dragged me back to bed to sleep. He even shouted at me, is marrying Songyu wrong for you? Sob, sob, sob. He is so fierce. 6L. The champion is out. 7L. When it comes to dreaming, no one can beat the person above. Thumbs up. 8L. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. 9L. Your husband, brother you. I think brother you is the most qualified to answer this question. He has experienced all the 1234 comments. And the hug at the sports day. Sob, sob, sob. I am so moved. 10L. Sigh. Sway you is so peaceful. I don't even want to believe it. I want to fall in love. Awe. 67L. When I saw the person above mention brother you, I suddenly miss him. Do you think brother you was forced by God Xia? He has so many fangirls on the forum. Then, God Xia got jealous and forced him into a corner. He pinched his chin and threatened him with a hoarse voice. If he didn't leave the internet, he would keep kissing him. Don't provoke him. 68L. Fuck. I want to read the novel. It is so fucking romantic. 69L. Sister. You should be glad that there are fewer people and they are all asleep. Otherwise, you will definitely be criticized. 70L. There is a saying, why did brother you abandon the pole and turn good? Songyu didn't know how many such questions he saw. He was a little sleepy in the middle of the night, so he casually replied. 71L. Your husband, brother you. Studying? The forum exploded with a bunch of groundhogs. After repeated screams and exclamation marks, those who were not awake yet were confused. For studying? Brother you left the internet to study. A little sober. I keep feeling that something is a little strange. Especially sober, so excited that they were incoherent. Brother you. We all know that you are studying. The point is, why didn't you sleep in the middle of the night to click on the post? What is it like to be God Xia's boyfriend? The words woke them up. The night exploded. Songyu. Fuck. Song Yu slept very late and woke up especially late the next day. He didn't want to care about the explosive messages on his phone. After washing up, when he walked down, he saw someone he didn't want to see on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Ziyu was reading. A few strands of hair fell on his forehead. His side profile was serious and handsome. Song Yu stayed up all night and felt like vomiting. When he saw him, he was even more irritated. He even wanted to go back to his room so that he wouldn't be annoyed. But when he remembered that this was his house, the person who should be chased away should be Zhao Ziyu. So he could only suppress his anger and go down to eat. After he walked down, Zhao Ziyu closed the book and his gaze slowly fell on him. Song Yu was wearing pajamas. His hair was soft, and every inch of skin from his face to his neck was very white. However, his expression was cold, and his obedient aura faded. His eyebrows were sharp, and he seemed especially unapproachable, just like when he was young. It was just that when he was young, he was more lively. A group of children would gather together and laugh, imitating the adults to drink. At that time, Song Yu didn't know about his illness. For the sake of coolness and face, he was eager to drink when someone handed him wine. But even a fruit wine with a low alcohol content was poison to him. The Song family and the Zhao family were old friends. He was asked to take care of this younger brother, so he became more serious. He stopped him and pulled the child, who was reluctant to part with him, out. After coming out, Song Yu was indeed scolded by Mother Song. Only you can do it. Why do you want to try everything? Do you want to go to heaven? The other children at the banquet were also repeatedly warned by their parents when they went back. However, when he was still young, Song Yu was born rebellious and undisciplined. If he didn't suffer, he wouldn't learn his lesson. He didn't care at all. When Mother Song forced him to thank him, he only thought about it perfunctorily and took out a mint candy from his pocket. Zhao Ziyu's impression of him was that he was a cute, rebellious child from the Song family who couldn't touch alcohol. He came back to his senses and watched Song Yu eat breakfast quietly. He didn't intend to pay attention to him. Zhao Ziyu said, "Your parents handed you to me and asked me to take you to meet your peers." Song Yu lowered his eyes and said casually, "No, I don't want to go out today." Zhao Ziyu said very naturally, "Then I'll stay here and read with you." Song Yu sneered, "No, you can stay here and bask in the sun with the bird." He left after eating and smiled at the parrot by the window. "Behave well. Do you remember what I taught you?" The macaw shook its wings and didn't dare to say anything for a long time. After all, it had said, "Zhao Ziyu will die" yesterday and had a few feathers pulled out by Song Wanying. It was already traumatized. However, Song Yu still couldn't ignore Zhao Ziyu for too long. His father called him directly. He said that there was a very important banquet tonight and asked him to pack up and go out with Zhao Ziyu. He repeatedly emphasized that this banquet was very important. Song Yu was stunned. But actually, his focus wasn't on the banquet. His focus was on whether Zhao Ziyu could get lost. Song Yu said to his father simply, "Dad, I don't like Zhao Ziyu. Please don't let him come to our house in the future." Chairman Song was surprised. "Huh, weren't you very close when you were young?" Song Yu clicked his tongue. "Don't bully me because I don't remember when I was young. How could I remember? When I was young, people disliked dogs and didn't have any friends. The only good friend he had was his current boyfriend." Chairman Song felt that he had grown up. "If you know the reason why you don't have any friends, why don't you change it?" Song Yu said, "There's no need. Handsome people have their own troubles. I like this feeling of loneliness." Before Chairman Song was angered to the point of scolding him, he hung up the phone first. It was better to face the mess yesterday than to sit in the same car as Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu seemed to know that he hated him. He smiled slightly and didn't care much. He was the only son of the Zhao family. He had received an elite education since he was young. After being taught by the old master of the Zhao family abroad for so long, he had already started to deal with some company matters. He leaned leisurely and tapped on the computer in the car. Song Yu felt that Zhao Ziyu had gone crazy, or that his image had collapsed. After being angered by the second scumbag until he drank the water, he didn't even pay attention to Zhao Ziyu's appearance. He only remembered that he was the arrogant and insincere type. It didn't feel like he was punching cotton. Lights like back in the past, "Brother Yu. So, what is it like to be a boyfriend?" I have a friend who really wants to know. Ching Ning. I also want to know, dog. Song Yu was annoyed. Your husband brother you. Go and ask Xie Sui yourself. It's Wan. Ha, no, I still think it's fun. It's Wan. Sigh, I really want to know if God Xie knows about this. Song Yu was stunned. Did Xie Sui know about such an embarrassing thing? However, after yesterday, Xie Sui hadn't replied to his messages. She should be very busy. The banquet that Chairman Song mentioned was very important, wasn't set up in the most luxurious hotel in a city, and the road didn't lead to the city center. Before Song Yu arrived, he received Song Weiniing's fatal chain link. You're not here yet? Yes. When Song Weiniing thought that he was sitting with Zhao Ziyu, she thought of the words she heard from the parrot. She lowered her voice and muttered unhappily, What's wrong with you? Your brother Zhao saved you when you were young. Why are you cursing him? Song Yu said indifferently, I'm not cursing him. If you're still crazily talking about this childhood thing that I don't remember at all and hope that we can become friends, I'm afraid that the curse will come true. Song Weiniing. Chapter 94. Get out of the car. Zhao Ziyu tilted his head and said to Song Yu. Song Yu looked up indifferently, opened the car door, and stepped out without saying a word. Being in a confined space with Zhao Ziyu made him very irritable. He had already made his attitude clear to his family. In the future, his father would probably not force him to stay with Zhao Ziyu. After all, curse come true sounded quite scary, and he wasn't trying to scare people. He was very serious. After getting out of the car, the iron gate was wide open. The design of the garden in front of him was very strong, but Song Yu was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. His mind was full of the news he had just heard from Song Weiniing. The banquet was actually held in the main residence of the Xie family? The Xie family? What's the matter? Holding such a grand banquet. Xie Mingsan and Xie Lingshu's matter was still at the forefront of the storm. Moreover, Xie Xinian had just gotten a divorce, and his relationship with the Qin family was extremely awkward. Forget it. Xie Sui hadn't come to a city yet. He would help her boyfriend see what kind of demons and ghosts these were. After Song Yu fell ill, he basically only lived in rumors in a city. Everyone only knew that the young master of the Song family was weak and sickly, but they hadn't seen him even once in 10 years. Song Weiniing was afraid that he would not be used to attending such a banquet alone for the first time, so she specially told the butler. As soon as he entered, he was led to her side by a servant. A complicated and gorgeous crystal chandelier was in the center, shining on the marble floor as smooth as a mirror. The table was full of people dressed in suits and leather shoes. Those who could come here were all big shots in a city. Passing through the crowd, Song Yu saw Song Weiniing. She seemed to be waiting for him at this place. Sitting in a corner, her chestnut-colored curly hair fell to her waist. Her skin was snow white, and her blue high-end evening gown made her look elegant and noble. Song Weiniing was really worried about her precious brother after rejecting the courtesy of a bunch of plastic sisters. She sat on the sofa and waved at him. Come here. The main hall was huge, and everything was resplendent and luxurious. With her status as a Song Weiniing, even if she was sitting in such an inconspicuous place, she would still attract a lot of attention. However, she was known for her arrogance and willfulness in the socialite circle. Seeing that she refused to talk to a group of people with a displeased expression, the people around her could only watch silently and did not dare to disturb her. After all, the daughter of the Song family did indeed have the right to do so. Song Yu was wearing a white suit and a blue tie with a Windsor knot. He looked noble and delicate. He sat next to Song Weiniing with a cold expression. The waiter brought a glass of champagne, but Song Weiniing rejected it first. No, my brother doesn't drink this. When attendant Ing heard the word little brother from her mouth, he was slightly stunned, but it was only for a second before he returned to normal, nodded with a smile, and left. Not only was waiter Ing stunned, but the people who had been secretly observing them were also stunned. Younger brother? Song Weiniing's younger brother? Other than the mysterious third young master of the Song family, who else did she have a younger brother? Song Weiniing was too lazy to care about those people's surprise. As an older sister, she decided to talk to Song Yu face to face and speak earnestly. Don't harm my parrot in the future. If Dad hears about it, My Xiaolan will probably be plucked and stewed. It's fine if you hate it, but don't implicate the innocent and teach it those nonsensical words. Song Yu was shocked and asked her back, don't you think your sweet words are even more nonsensical? Song Weiniang said, sweet words are always the most beautiful words in the world. Song Yu did not want to chat with her. His focus was on the Xie family, and he did not want to talk about Zhao Ziyu at all. He leaned on the sofa and asked Song Weiniang in a low voice, point out the Xie family members at the scene to me. Song Weiniang had always acted like a socialite at banquets. If she could eat less, she would eat less. Usually, she was with a group of plastic sisters and listened to them brag about those things that she was tired of hearing. Now that she was sitting here alone and bored, she was also interested when Song Yu asked her. She sat up straight and looked around. The Xie family is huge, and there are quite a lot of people. Now, the guests here are a few cousins. Do you see the man at the door? He's eldest young Master Xie's only son, Xie Su. His father is a good-for-nothing, but he's very smart and capable. Xie Mingxin just destroyed Xinruwei and hooked up with his aunt. Xie Xinian is now divorced and has no other children. If Xie Mingxin steps down, there's a high chance that he'll be the third-generation heir of the Xie family. Song Yu looked over. The tall man standing at the door had the excellent genes of the Xie family. He was handsome and tall. Wearing a black suit, he looked even more capable and calm. According to Song Weiniang, Xie Su should be flushed with success. However, it was obvious that although the man's smile was appropriate, his expression couldn't hide the anxiety. Not necessarily. As a prophet who was familiar with the original novel and had the buff of dreaming, Song Yu looked away. Song Weiniang wasn't surprised. I'm just saying there's a high chance. Old Master Xie has been a playboy since he was young. Who knows how many mistresses he has? He has 7 or 8 grandchildren on the surface, not to mention those outside. Who knows who will be the last one? Besides, didn't Xie Xinian say that he has an illegitimate son? Song Yu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard that the illegitimate son was actually there. She changed the topic and asked, has Xie Lingshu appeared? Song Weiniang raised her chin. Of course, she's there. Look, what a beauty who stands aloof from worldly affairs. Xie Lingshu sat quietly at the table in the middle of the banquet hall. The rumors outside didn't seem to affect her at all. She was different from the pitiful and haggard appearance on television. She wore a snow-white dress, and her long black hair fell behind her back. There was a faint smile on her face, and she was calm and collected when communicating with others. She had a clear conscience. Looking at her, Song Yu almost believed that she was a pure and innocent woman. Song Weiniang said, this little aunt of the Xie family isn't a simple character. 2 years ago, she drove her stepmother crazy. Song Yu. What? Song Weiniang. Didn't I tell you that all the women in the Xie family are crazy? Old Master Xie's last wife was also a small celebrity. She wasn't even 20 years old. She moved out within a year of living in the Xie family and is now in a mental hospital. I heard that there wasn't anyone in the main residence at that time, and only Xie Lingshu came home frequently. It's obvious who did it. At this point, she lowered her voice and said, the Xie family has this kind of curse. Everyone who marries in is abnormal in the end. Qin Shuyun seems to have some mental problems now. Song Yu wasn't unfamiliar with the name Qin Shuyun. After all, she was the woman who killed Xie Sui's mother. He hadn't asked her about what happened after Qin Shuyun and Xie Xinian's divorce. Qin Shuyun has moved out of the Xie family? Song Weiniang. I think so. I think it's better not to think about this seriously. Really, just watch the show. Bring it into the story. The 3 of them can anger you to death. She didn't have any filter for Su Qiao, so her evaluation was very objective. As a woman, she didn't hate or sympathize with him. She was deceived by a man she didn't know about, and she was his mistress for so long. She even ran away from home and gave birth to a child. How did the Su family raise such a naive and unaffected daughter? Miss Perfect was cheated of her money and body by a poor boy. Other than the fact that Xie Xinian was powerful and not a poor boy, this kind of news was too apartment. Song Yu's lips twitched. He was a little curious. Has the Qin family been invited? Song Weiniang took a look and shook his head. No, the 2 families are in an awkward situation. But the Su family is here. I think the main purpose of this banquet is still Xie Xinian. Someone walked over. She tucked her curly hair behind her ear and whispered to Song Yu. It's the woman beside Xie Lingshu, the second daughter of the Su family, Su Shuren. Song Yu looked over again and saw the woman with her black hair tied up beside Xie Lingshu. Actually, Su Shuren was quite good-looking. But next to the dazzling Xie Lingshu, she looked very ordinary. She was a few years older than Xie Lingshu and had a gentler and more stable temperament. The two of them were chatting happily now. Su Shuren's appearance was really not outstanding. Su Qiao was a famous beauty back then. It was hard to imagine how the two daughters of the Su family, born of the same parents, could be so different. Song Weining's news was very widespread because even if she did not deliberately ask around, the gossip would still spread. She muttered in puzzlement, "What's Su Shuren doing? The Xie family is the culprit who killed her biological sister. Why is she still trying to get close to Xie Lingshu now?" She was even more puzzled. Xie Lingshu too. Has she changed? Hasn't she always been arrogant? In any case, after saying that to Song Yu, Song Weining's thoughts became firmer. He thought for a while and said, "Dad and Mom won't tell you, but I have to remind you that you must stay away from the Xie family." Song Yu was speechless. What should he do? He felt that Xie Sui would be endlessly troubled by her sister. All the guests were seated, and the banquet officially began. As the melodious piano music sounded, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. The hall instantly became quiet. The Xie family members standing at the door perked up. The red carpet stretched from the magnificent door to the cobblestone garden path. The last to arrive was tonight's main character. The bodyguards stood on both sides. Xie Xinian pushed Old Master Xie in a wheelchair. Old Master Xie's hair was white, and he was wearing a suit. He was not in good spirits. After such a big scandal happened in the Xie family, he was so angry that he almost fell ill a few days ago. He had not recovered yet. Facing the full hall of guests, Old Master Xie's expression was old and gloomy. However, Xie Xinian, who was pushing the wheelchair, smiled slightly. The head of the Xie family, who was in his prime, had a calm and powerful aura. Everyone was on tenterhooks. In the entire city, only the Xie, Song, Qin, and Zhao families stood at the top. 90% of the guests present wanted to curry favor with the Xie family. Song Weining was the only one who treated the Xie family's affairs as a joke. The others had been paying attention to the direction of the situation. They did not know who would take over the Xie family after Xie Mingxin fell. They looked at the old man in the wheelchair in shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. One had to know that Old Master Xie had not appeared at any banquet for a long time. What kind of event could invite him here? Song Yu did not understand those twists and turns. He looked at Xie Xinian and thought that this was Xie Sui's father. Xie Sui looked more like Su Qiao, but his eyes were inherited from Xie Xinian. At a glance, it was obvious that they were father and son, romantic and fickle. But this was not the only thing that bombarded the entire city tonight. They slowly walked in. Everyone saw the young man behind Xie Xinian. The entire hall was silent. The young man was tall and had long legs. His tall and straight body was wrapped in a pure black suit. The lights in the hall were dim, and the moonlight outside shone on his cold and handsome face. The Xie family's signature peach blossom eyes were curved on the outside and curved on the inside. They hid a romantic and affectionate aura and only gave people a cold and alienated feeling. He stood behind Xie Xinian. The temperament of the three generations of the Xie family was different from each other, but they were incomparably harmonious. The young man's expression was casual, but the smile on his lips was polite. Under the light, he was as noble as a true genius. The guests in the hall seemed to be choked by something. Song Weining was the same. She had been nagging the Xie family just now. At this moment, she was also shocked by this young man. Song Yu, fuck. Chapter 95. Everyone was speculating about the young man's background. The answer was obvious when they linked it to the recent events in a city. When Xie Xinian walked in, the lights in the banquet hall lit up again and shone on the man's mature and steady face. He said a few words to welcome the guests, and everyone present stood up respectfully. Xie Xinian's words were perfunctory, and he thanked everyone for honoring him with their presence. However, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the young man. Siesinian didn't say the purpose of the banquet, but the way the third generation of the Xie family appeared had already told the entire A city that he had set the banquet in the main residence of the Xie family to welcome the new heir. No one expected that after so many years of fighting among the younger generation of the Xie family, the one who was finally promoted to the position was an illegitimate child who had never shown his face in a city. Illegitimate child. No, Siesinian liked this child, so much that he wanted to help him erase this title. His divorce with Qin Xiuyun might be the first step. Siesinian began to introduce Xie Sui. His tone was gentle and his eyes were smiling, as if he was really a kind and gentle father. This is my son, Xie Sui. He just returned to a city yesterday. The main purpose of today's banquet is to welcome him back and let everyone get to know each other first. After a moment of shock, everyone clapped stiffly and nodded with a smile. The applause in the banquet hall was scattered. Everyone had ulterior motives. Among them, the Xie family members had the strangest expressions. Every smile revealed uncontrollable anxiety and jealousy, but they wore masks to prevent the beast from running out. Among all the Xie family members, only Xie Lingshu seemed to be smiling sincerely. The smile on her pale face was elegant as she welcomed this nephew together with Su Shiren. Song Weining was also shocked. After all, she had stayed in a city for so long, and her intuition about certain things was very accurate. She murmured, "Oh my God, Siesinian. This is pushing him directly into the teeth of the storm. A bunch of lunatics from the Xie family are eyeing him covetously. Can Xie Sui be safe and sound?" Song Yu didn't even bother to listen to what he said. She took out her phone and felt a ball of fire in her stomach. He looked at the chat history. "Xie Sui, I'm coming to a city tomorrow." Tomorrow? Is this your so-called tomorrow? She had only been in a relationship for a short period of time, but she had already learned how to lie. Now that he heard Song Weining contradicting himself, Song Yu turned off his phone and said coldly, "Isn't the Xie family a family of scumbags? Why do you care about his life or death?" Song Weining coughed and said, "We are always a little more tolerant of people with outstanding looks. How can we watch a beautiful young man suffer with our own eyes?" At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up and she tilted her head. "Darling Yu, are you interested in making another friend? Did you hear what Siesinian said? It's Xie Sui's first time in a city. You've been ill for a few years, and you don't have many friends here. What a coincidence. It seems that you're about the same age. Why don't you try to get along?" Song Yu was so angry that he wanted to get up and leave. "Song Weining, you're hopeless. Who said to stay away from the Xie family?" Song Weining was reasonable. "He's still young. I just hope that this young man won't be tainted by the big dye vat of the Xie family. Bring him home to play more often, and let him have less contact with the lunatics of the Xie family." Song Yu looked at the person in the center of everyone's attention and said indifferently, "Do you think he's white now?" Song Weining was stunned. Under the light, the young man in the black suit nodded at everyone. His expression was calm and casual, and the slight smile on his lips was also cold. Well, he had just returned to a city. If he was really Su Qiao's son, he should be nervous, timid, or inferior when faced with such a full house of well-dressed people. But that young man was too calm. He was so calm that it was as if he had never left and was born as the heir of the Xie family, the favored son of God. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Song Weining looked away and sighed after exclaiming how handsome he was. "Sigh, forget it. Those who are good-looking are all poisonous. Perhaps the danger of the Xie family is in their blood." After saying that, he turned to educate his younger brother. "Learn from him. At the same age, why can't you be like him and shock the entire city?" Song Yu was speechless. Xie Sui really made him hold back his anger today. Song Yu said indifferently, "My family is low-key and doesn't like to exaggerate. Didn't he see how many banquets Mother Song wanted to throw for him?" Song Weining laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Old Master Xie was not in good health, so he was just going through the motions." After a while, he was pushed away by the servants. The banquet began. Accompanied by soothing music, the politicians, businessmen, and socialites began to chat in small groups or sit down to eat. Those who could talk to the head of the Xie family were basically the few important figures. Siesinian's intention was to let Xie Sui get to know these people first. This is your uncle's song. After Siesinian said that, he felt that his son, who he couldn't figure out, stiffened. Sieswei had met several important figures before, but her performance had always been impeccable. However, when it came to Song Zhuqing, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the atmosphere. Chairman Song was a fire-breathing dragon at home and a heartless old man. However, in front of outsiders, he had always been a cold and domineering president. He didn't smile and had a straight face. His eyes fell on Sieswei like torches. Sieswei didn't know what to say for a moment. He had made a deal with Song Zhuqing in his previous life and seemed to have cheated him of a sum of money. However, in this life, he had taken a fancy to his precious youngest son. No matter how he thought about it, he had to behave better. Siesinian didn't understand the crux of the matter and reminded him with a half-smile. Are you scared? Call him Uncle Song. Sieswei didn't need to be reminded. The corners of her lips curled up, and the smile in her dark eyes was pure as if she had seen an elder she had admired for a long time. Hello, Uncle Song. Song Zhuqing had been paying attention to this young man since a long time ago. Siesinian, the son of an old fox, was really a little fox with a belly full of evil tricks. However, this little fox tried to pretend to be innocent and harmless in front of him. However, it had to be said that Chairman Song liked the worship and admiration very much. He was in a good mood and said, yes. As an elder, he just politely said a few words. I have a younger son who seems to be about the same age as you. Sieswei's smile didn't diminish. Well, then I really want to know him. Siesinian just remembered some things about Song Yu and Jing Cheng. He sneered slightly and shook his head, but didn't say much. At that time, it was Master Xie who forced him and Su Qiao to have such a tragedy. Even if he didn't agree with the feelings of the younger generation, he didn't want to interfere. After just a few days of contact, he also had some understanding of Sieswei's character. His thoughts were as deep as his father's, but his paranoia about love was like his mother's. It was just that the Song family wasn't so easy to fool. Chairman Song looked around and said straightforwardly, he came tonight, but I don't know where he went now. Speaking of which, Chairman Song didn't intend to force Song Yu to come. After all, there were a lot of muddy waters in the Xie family at this juncture. It was purely because he was too angry that he had to drag him out. However, he also arranged for Song Weiniang to be by his side at all times. Sieswei was stunned. He's here too? Why didn't the Song family protect him well and brought him to a messy place like the Xie family? Chairman Song's eyesight was very good. Or it could be said that the father and son had a telepathic connection. At a glance, he saw Song Weiniang sitting on the sofa in the corner, ignoring all the pastries on the table and only drinking water, and Song Yu, who was bored to death and was forced to listen to his sister's gossip. He thought about how other people's sons had already started to be brought to banquets to socialize, while his own son only knew how to bicker with him. Chairman Song's self-esteem as an old man had been dealt a blow. He was furious and casually called out to a waiter. Go and call Song Yu over. Before the waiter could answer, Sieswei had already said, no need, Uncle Song. I'll go look for him. Chairman Song narrowed his eyes. Sieswei's eyes were dark as she smiled calmly and said, I really want to get to know him. Chairman Song? ? Chairman Song suddenly regretted it. He didn't want these two to get to know each other anymore. Although his son's mouth could anger people to death, he didn't have so many crooked thoughts. He was pure and his emotions were written all over his face. Would the son of that old fox, Siesinian, lead his son astray? I'll call him over. He wanted to watch from the side. Song Yu's perfunctory attitude made Song Weiniang feel bored. She asked him, Are you really not interested in getting to know people? Song Yu, I'm not interested. Song Weiniang felt that she couldn't complete the task given by her father. She sighed. Forget it. She and Song Yu sat together. Basically, people with a little bit of status in a city would know Song Yu's identity. In the future, there would be various jewelry exhibitions, auctions, and charity dinners. Song Weiniang took Song Yu to a university last time, so she knew the power of her brother's face. She thought that Song Yu wouldn't have to worry about no one in Jing City. Now that she was bored, she asked him, What does your girlfriend look like in Jing City? She is so young, but she has fascinated you so much. Song Yu was annoyed by Xiesui and said coldly, "Not good. She can't be more ordinary." Song Weiniang blinked, but after all, she was not so picky about girls. She was very tolerant. She must have a very good character. Song Yu took a sip of ice water. Don't. Her character is not good. Song Weiniang sucked in a breath of cold air. Souls are interesting? Song Yu. If it can make you angry every time. Song Weiniang shook the goblet and was stunned. How did you fall in love with each other? But before Song Yu could give an answer, a servant came over and said that Chairman Song wanted to see him. Song Weiniang breathed a sigh of relief and gloated. What's going to come will come. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Chairman Song was so bored that he began to meddle in his personal life. Song Yu didn't realize that something was wrong until he walked over. After politely greeting several uncles, Chairman Song said, "Come, let's get to know each other. This is your Uncle Xie's son, Xiesui." Song Yu. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his reunion with Xiesui in a city would be hosted by his father. "Dad, you'll regret it in the future." Standing opposite him was tonight's main character. He was dressed in a black suit and looked handsome and elegant. When Xiesui saw him, he seemed to be stunned for a moment, but he quickly hid it and politely extended his hand to him. His fingers were slender and cold. He smiled and said, "Song Yu." Chairman Song's gaze was so hot that it almost pierced a hole in his body. Chairman Song cared about his face, and his gaze was saying, "If you dare to be a demon, you're finished." Song Yu gritted his teeth and reached out to shake Xiesui's hand. He felt that Xiesui used too much strength. When Xiesinian saw this, he said, "You juniors go play first. I still have something to say to your Uncle Song." Chairman Song wanted to say something but hesitated. He felt that something was wrong, but when he thought of Song Yu's words during the day, "I enjoy that feeling of loneliness," he immediately swallowed the words that he wanted to say. "This brat. Can I teach you a lesson?" Xiesui couldn't ask for more. He reluctantly let go of the child's hand and smiled. "Okay, Song Yu, what a hammer." He felt his teeth itch when he thought of how happy he was last night. He couldn't wait and couldn't sleep. He was worried that Xiesui would be too tired and didn't send him a message the entire day. He even took the initiative to get to know the Xie family, thinking that he could help Xiesui a little when he came to a city. In the end, he said that he would arrive tomorrow, so he would probably see him the day after tomorrow. Was it necessary for him to hide it from him? Why didn't he want to see him earlier? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After Song Yu left the sight of the elders, he quickened his pace and walked in front. Along the way, the passers-by kept looking at the two of them. After all, Xiesui was tonight's main character. When Song Yu and Song Weiniang sat together, everyone guessed his identity. Both of them were the focus of everyone's attention. But looking at their tit-for-tat posture, everyone was confused. Did they have a grudge against each other? Xiesui deliberately slowed down her pace and waited for Song Yu to cool down. The banquet hall on the first floor wasn't limited to this place. Opposite the main entrance was an exit that connected to a long corridor that led to another magnificent banquet hall. The long corridor was quiet and empty. Flowers and plants grew wild, and only the faint moonlight shone on the marble floor in the middle. Song Yu didn't know where he was going. He was really afraid that he would fall ill from anger. Xiesui couldn't hold it in and held his hand from behind. "Don't be angry. I'm sorry." His voice was gentle and helpless, and the night wind blew into his ears. The alienated and cold young man was unbelievably gentle in front of his lover at this moment. Song Yu wanted to break free, but he couldn't. After calming down for 2 seconds, he stared at him with his light-colored eyes and said indifferently, "Don't. Why are you apologizing? Young Master Xie didn't do anything wrong." Even young Master Xie came out. It seemed that he was really angry. Xiesui smiled and approached him. "I wanted to give you a surprise." Song Yu laughed. "Haha, there was no one here, and they were in the dark." Xiesui secretly held his fingers with one hand and felt the delicate skin between the young man's fingers. She said softly, "I didn't expect to make you angry." Song Yu was shocked. Looking at his movements, he wondered what Xiesui wanted to do. There were many expensive flowers planted outside the corridor. The cold winter wind carried a faint fragrance, but the breath on his cheeks was hot. Xie Sui held his fingers with one hand and hugged his waist with the other. Her back leaned against the cold pillar. His voice was low and hoarse. I'll explain later. But now, I really want to kiss you. Song Yu. Suddenly, the air around him was occupied. Perhaps it was the longing that had accumulated for so long that this kiss came fiercely. The moment his lips were sealed, Song Yu's eyes widened. He felt like he was in a world of ice and fire. Behind him was a cold stone pillar, and in front of him was a warm body. After a moment of confusion, Song Yu reacted he was still angry. Fuck, can't you change boyfriends? There was a lively and noisy banquet in front and behind them. The two of them kissed passionately in the corridor. Perhaps it was because Xie Sui hugged him so tightly that she almost melted into his arms. The turbulent and undisguised longing poured out. Their uncontrollable emotions made him hear each other's beating hearts clearly in the silence of the night. Song Yu's anger slowly dissipated. At the end of the kiss, Song Yu opened his mouth and panted slightly. Fuck. Song Yu was almost suffocated by the kiss. The corners of his eyes were a little red, and his light-colored pupils were glowing. He looked like a small beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. His expression was very fierce, but Xie Sui's heart softened when she saw him. Xie Sui looked down at him, her eyes full of gentle and affectionate smiles. She licked her lips and said, Yu is so sweet. Song Yu's ears were red. He gritted his teeth and hooked his tie, letting him come closer to him. You're done kissing. Explain. Xie Sui held his waist and stood him up. She said, I want to give myself a day to deal with the Xie family's matters before looking for you. Song Yu felt dizzy just listening to the 2 or 3 people Song Weiniing mentioned. The corners of his mouth twitched. Deal with the Xie family's matters in a day? Are you kidding me? Xie Sui didn't explain. Of course, a day wasn't enough. He had only convinced old Master Xie yesterday. I think I'll see you again in the form of a visit. Song Yu was rendered speechless by his words. Xie Sui hugged him, but she smiled and whispered in his ear, half coaxing and half coaxing him, Don't be angry. Song Yu's ears were hot and numb. Damn it. Why did he always have no way to deal with Xie Sui? Forget it. Forget it. If she didn't pamper her boyfriend, who would she pamper? Song Yu pressed his shoulder and pushed him away. He looked to the side in embarrassment until he was sure that no one was around. He tidied up his messy suit shirt and said to him, Don't hide everything from me next time. Xie Sui chuckled. Yes, sir. When they returned to the banquet hall, as the host, Xie Sui was called over by old Master Xie to say something. While the butler turned around, Xie Sui quickly kissed Song Yu on the cheek and said, Wait for me. Song Yu blushed and pushed him. What's wrong with you? He drank a few glasses of ice water. After making sure that his expression had returned to normal, he sat back down with Song Weiniing. After he left, Song Weiniing did not hold back anymore. She called her best friend over for a chat. It was Hua Yin from Xingchun Entertainment last time. Song Yu's expression was the same as usual, but there was still something different. Song Weiniing looked at him from when he walked over to when he sat down. She asked in a daze, What happened to your mouth? Song Yu's expression did not change. I was bitten by a mosquito when I was outside. Hua Yin laughed out loud and repeated softly, Mosquito? Song Weiniing shook her head. TSK, do you know what kind of classic line that is? In TV dramas, the female lead and the male lead have an affair. They all use this to brush off ignorant people. Song Yu. Oh. Director Song's heart did not waver. Aren't you an ignorant person? Song Weiniing joked. If you weren't so dead set on your girlfriend, I would have suspected that you were having an affair. Song Yu. You guys talk. Don't worry about me. Hua Yin asked, Yu, I heard that you left with Zhao Ziyu at the Film City last time? Song Yu looked up. Yes. Hua Yin sighed. I should have sent someone to follow you at that time. Song Weiniing and Hua Yin had been best friends since childhood. Of course, they had told each other everything, including how Song Yu had abused her parrot and taught it to say those crazy words. Therefore, Hua Yin also knew that Song Yu hated Zhao Ziyu. However, Song Yu and Zhao Ziyu had not seen each other for so many years. She thought that the conflict between them was caused by the dispute last time. Suddenly, she felt quite guilty. When they mentioned Zhao Ziyu, Songyu suddenly realized that Zhao Ziyu was also there. He even saw Xie Sui. Fuck. How would he react? Song Weiniang glanced at him and sighed helplessly. Don't look like that. Zhao Ziyu is the only son and heir of the Zhao family. He's busy. If you don't want to see him, he doesn't have time to see you either. Anyway, you won't meet him often in the future. Don't worry. However, just as Song Weiniang finished speaking, a voice that was between a teenager and a young man sounded above them. It was gentle and cold. Songyu, let's talk. Song Weiniang looked up in a daze. Songyu also tilted his head. Zhao Ziyu. Songyu. Song Weiniang, what a jinx. It just so happened that Zhao Ziyu bumped into him. He just remembered this matter. He got up from the sofa. Okay, let's talk outside. There was a square pond in the garden outside the main entrance. The trees next to it were full of lanterns. There was a swing by the pond. Songyu didn't have much to talk to him. He just wanted to say, don't provoke my boyfriend. However, Zhao Ziyu beat him to it and said, you and Xie Sui are already together? Songyu swallowed his words.
Yes.
Zhao Ziyu's gaze fell on his lips, but he quickly looked away. You've always been afraid of me. What are you afraid of? Songyu, don't flatter yourself, okay? I just hate you. It's not that complicated. Zhao Ziyu looked at the night sky. The moonlight was beautiful and clear. He said, didn't you always think that there was something strange about me coming back? Songyu looked at him indifferently. Zhao Ziyu, I said that I'm here for you. Aren't you curious at all why I'm here for you? He tilted his head and smiled. You're not the only one with memories of your past life. You're not the only one with memories of your past life. Songyu was stunned. His pupils constricted and then slowly widened. After a long time, he smiled to himself. The arrogance that he had been suppressing suddenly erupted. He took a step forward, grabbed Zhao Ziyu's clothes, and threw him to the tree next to him. Then, he punched him. I didn't do anything to you because I felt that I couldn't convict you of something that hasn't happened yet. But you still remember. That's great. Song Yu's clear eyes were cold and crazy. Idiot, is it fun to imprison people? Chapter 96. Zhao Ziyu was stunned. He looked up abruptly and met Song Yu's eyes. The young man's eyes were very beautiful, but there was a hint of hostility in them. Other than disgust, there was no other emotion. They were cold and angry, almost exactly the same as the pair of eyes in his memory. His heart suddenly twitched, and he felt a sharp pain. When Song Yu punched him in the face, Zhao Ziyu did not resist. Song Yu had always been ruthless when he hit people. He grabbed Zhao Ziyu's collar and slammed him into a tree. His voice was cold. So, what do you want to tell me? You also have the memories of your previous life. Isn't it too late for us to settle the score now? Zhao Ziyu let out a muffled groan, but his brown eyes were calm, as if he did not care about this embarrassment at all. He asked, imprisoned? Song Yu sneered. Do you still want me to help you remember? The sea, the island. Were you also shot by Xie Sui? Zhao Ziyu's face was blue and red from the slap. He took a deep breath and reached out to grab Song Yu's wrist. Let's talk first. Your memory might be wrong. Song Yu broke free coldly. He was so strong that he almost broke Zhao Ziyu's arm. You should be glad that you are in the Xie family now. Zhao Ziyu stared at him and said in a deep voice, I know that telling you everything will make you hate me even more, but I already feel guilty towards you. I'm only saying this because I don't want you to repeat the same mistakes. Song Yu retorted, You still feel guilty? Did my death in my previous life have something to do with you? If you don't want to repeat the same mistake, the best way is to kill you now. Zhao Ziyu pulled his painful facial muscles and smiled. Sure enough, he was still the same as in his previous life. He was as arrogant and sharp as a knife. He looked up and did not say anything, but as a qualified negotiator, he knew how to make Song Yu listen to him. His voice was soft and calm. You and Xie Sui are together. He only brings you bad luck. Hearing the words, Xie Sui, from Zhao Ziyu's mouth, Song Yu was silent for a while. The young man stood upright, tall and thin. The garden was quiet, and ripples on the lake was rippling in the wind. Zhao Ziyu said, I did not imprison him. He was the one who found that island. At that time, I just wanted to have a chat with him. Zhao Ziyu asked, how many memories do you have of your previous life? Song Yu's face was so pale that it was almost transparent under the moonlight. How many memories did he have? His memories of his previous life? Actually, when he thought about it carefully, there was really very little. It was all about Xie Sui. When he was young, he first met her in the manor. When he grew up, he caught a glimpse of her at a banquet. Then, they met again abroad. Finally, he was locked in a warehouse by Chinamo on a rainy day. He could not piece together a complete story. After he and Xie Sui met abroad, there was a blank space. Did he return to China for some reason? Then he met Xie Sui again and rekindled their childhood friendship? Did Chinamo take revenge on him because he was too close to Xie Sui? In fact, his memory track was normal even in the original work. In the book, it was a reunion abroad. He enlightened Xie Sui and made him feel relieved. His piecing together of his previous life was nothing more than these messy memories and 008's inadvertent slip of the tongue. But in the end, he still relied on the original book, Gentle Control, and Gentle Control was wrong in his previous life. How ironic. 008 said that they were friends in their previous lives, and Song Yu only dared to think that they were friends. Song Su said so many things, but the sentence that left the deepest impression on him was, don't provoke Xie Sui. You and she are in two completely different worlds. Yes, they were in two completely different worlds. At that time, Xie Sui had experienced too much darkness. She alienated and coldly rejected everyone's approach. She also had the same attitude towards him in the hospital. The most normal situation he could think of in China was a nodding acquaintance at a banquet or a business cooperation in a company meeting room. In his previous life, he did not have that kind of feeling towards Xie Sui. Xie Sui even forgot about her childhood. How could two people like them love each other? Song Yu suddenly felt tired and annoyed. He was disgusted by these previous lives, by the system and by the main god. Without these, he and Xie Sui would simply meet in Jing City and fall in love with each other. The biggest problem they faced was the opposition of their families. However, Chairman Song was easily soft-hearted, and his sister's willpower was not firm. They would be together smoothly, graduate, go to the same university, and then be together for the rest of their lives. Zhao Ziyu. Song Yu looked at the bruises on his face. For the first time, he was calm and not angry. You don't have to talk to me. I don't want to hear about your previous life. Zhao Ziyu was so angry that he laughed. For the first time tonight, his brown eyes showed anger. Because I said that Xie Sui would bring you bad luck, so you don't want to hear it? He stood up and took a step forward. Do you want to know how you died in your previous life, Yu? Zhao Ziyu's smile was a little cruel, light and cruel. It's all Xie Sui's fault. Song Yu looked at him quietly with her shallow eyes. Zhao Ziyu said, if it weren't for him, you would have gone abroad to receive the best treatment and waited for the day of full recovery. You stayed in China alone for him, and he didn't even spare the time to take care of you. Didn't you trust him very much? Then with Xie Sui's mind and means, if he really valued you, how could he let you fall into that situation? He wasn't even with you when you were sick. It was your brother who called me in a city and asked me to take care of you. Taking care of me when I was sick. Was he really a sick person in his previous life? Song Yu looked at him for a long time. After a long time, he laughed. His tone was a little slow, gentle and slow. I say, why do you like to break up other people's marriages so much? He really felt that Zhao Ziyu was hopeless. He said lightly, even if we break up, he won't like you. He won't like you either. Zhao Ziyu suddenly laughed, as if he was mocking and ridiculing. When did I want him to like me? After being reborn, it seemed that the magic had disappeared. The first time he noticed Xie Sui, it was also at a banquet like today. The god's favored son was cold and eye-catching. When the people next to him raised their glasses and said to him, Master Zhao, I'm afraid you have one more competitor, he smiled politely but didn't take it seriously. But later on, Xie Sui's rapid growth surprised him. Probably because he was young and frivolous and competitive, he noticed it after a few times. The Song and Zhao families were old friends. Although Song Su was older than him, they were more like peers. Song Su said, The one in the Xie family is more sinister than his uncles. He didn't take it seriously. How can an illegitimate son be open and aboveboard if he can get to where he is now? Song-su said, "Are you interested in him?" He smiled. "Just a lot of business." He thought for a while and asked Song-su, "Where's Song-yu? Where did he go?" Song-su rolled his eyes. "Outside." When he went outside, Song-yu was sitting in a sports car and seemed to be planning to leave. A woman with a slender waist clung to his neck and looked at him seductively. "Handsome, are you interested in a hot and exciting car ride with me?" Song-yu was very clean. He took away her hand. "Car accident? Don't. You want to die, but I don't want to go to jail." The seductive woman was speechless and swallowed the shock in her throat. He was amused and looked at her from afar. When did that kind of bewitchment start? Probably after he found out that Song-yu and Xie were together. Unbelievably, uncontrollable anger gushed out. Jealousy grabbed his heart, and unwillingness grew crazily. Who was he jealous of? At that time, he was given a choice. There was a crazy voice in his ear hypnotizing him, and he thought that he liked Xie. He wanted to cut off their relationship with his own hands. He wanted to send Song-yu back. The Song family's foundation moved, and the whole family was abroad. He just wanted him to have a good sleep and go back to recuperate. There was a very small amount of alcohol in the drink. He even asked Song-yu's personal doctor indirectly. However, when Song-yu noticed, he was stunned and looked at him blankly. At that time, they had a good relationship. To Song-yu, he might not be on good terms with her, but he was definitely not a stranger and someone she could trust. The glass was broken on the ground, and his face was splashed. Song-yu put on his windbreaker and went out with a cold face to take a taxi back to the place where he and Xie were temporarily staying. He was angered by Song-yu's gaze. He took a deep breath and contacted Chinamo. If he had known that Chinamo was such a lunatic, he thought, he would never have made that call. Song-yu. Zhao Ziyu called his name. Song-yu didn't have a watch, so he didn't know the time. However, he felt that this boring conversation was over, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Zhao Ziyu didn't say the emotions hidden in his heart and the vague love and hate that was forcefully influenced in his previous life. He knew that Song-yu didn't care at all. He just said calmly, "Stay away from Xie, Yu. He will only bring you disaster." Even if he didn't, there was still Chinamo, Sun Heguang, and the so-called System A system that existed in his mind and could even influence his thinking in his previous life. He would deal with it himself, but he was afraid that Song-yu would get hurt because of it. Song-yu stopped in his tracks. He couldn't take it anymore and raised his head. He wanted to retort, "Hurry up and shut up, idiot. Otherwise, I'll be the one bringing disaster to you." However, when he looked forward, he was stunned. Next to him was a swing covered with vines, hanging lights on the trees, and the lake reflected a clear shadow. Xie stood there, listening for a long time. There was a moment of silence. Xie glanced at Zhao Ziyu behind him. Zhao Ziyu also saw him. 008 said that his soul had met his lover, but his gaze was cold as if he couldn't wait to kill him. Song-yu's head was stuck. He said that he would wait for Xie, but he ran out to hit someone and was caught. It was too embarrassing. He wanted to explain. However, Xie didn't seem to need him to explain. She smiled slightly, lowered her eyes, and took his cold hand as if nothing had happened. "Let's go in first. It's quite cold outside." Song-yu felt that even if he was smiling, he didn't seem to be very happy. Suddenly, his heart was quietly raised. When they went in, just in time for Song Weiniang to find him. As the banquet was coming to an end, Song Weiniang saw that Song-yu had been out for so long and wanted to look for him. She pulled her best friend to look for him together. However, just as she walked to the door, she saw Song-yu and Xie come in together. Song Weiniang. Hua Yin? Question mark. Song Weiniang. You? She was stunned. Her eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. The two teenagers, one in black and one in white, looked outstanding and very eye-catching. However, the point was that the young master of the Xie family in the black suit was the main character of the entire banquet, just now the person her brother clearly expressed that he didn't like. Also, why did her proud and stubborn brother feel guilty now, as if he had been caught doing something bad? Siesui was calm and elegant. He calmly explained, "Hello, sister. Song Yu and I are classmates in Jing City." Song Weining was happy and sad to be called sister. However, the young man in front of her was too good-looking, so she was more than happy. She coughed. "What about your brother, Zhao? Didn't you just go out and chat with him?" Siesui smiled faintly, but the air was a few degrees colder. Song Yu's wrist was hurt by his grip. Song Yu was so wrong that she had nothing to say. "What can I say to Zhao Ziyu? We separated very quickly. In fact, Song Weining was just asking casually." She was obviously more interested in Siesui. Although the Xie family was dangerous and poisonous, they were good-looking. Besides, he was her brother's classmate. At least at this age, he was cute. She was so excited that she directly ignored the two people holding hands. She just thought that Siesui happened to pull her back. "Oh, I see. Your sister Huayan, and I just wanted to go out to look for you. It's good that you are back." She didn't mention that the banquet was about to end. She warmly asked Siesui to sit with her. Siesui's image in front of Song Yu's family was very good. He was polite and modest. At first glance, they could tell that he was a polite and noble young master. Song Weining was jealous. They were the same age, but why was there such a big gap between them? Sitting there, Song Yu didn't say a word. He ate quietly. Song Weining excitedly asked all kinds of questions, and Siesui patiently answered. Although she wasn't very enthusiastic, she was definitely not cold. Song Yu sighed in his heart. He felt that Siesui was angry with him. They were really interesting tonight. Every dog has its day. Song Weining couldn't find a topic to talk about. Her eyes turned and suddenly lit up. She then remembered a problem that had been troubling her. She could get some information from Siesui about her younger brother's girlfriend who he was hiding. "Siesui, you are classmates. You should know my brother's girlfriend, right?" Song Yu almost choked on the food in his mouth. "Siesui, yes." Song Weining, "Do you have a photo? Anyway, I will have to meet her sooner or later. I don't know why someone is hiding. I heard from someone that his girlfriend is average-looking and has a bad personality. She always makes him angry." "Really?" Song Yu. Siesui was silent for a moment. Then, she looked up and smiled. "Maybe." Song Weining, "Do you have a photo?" Siesui took out her phone. "Look for it." Her slender fingers swiped a few times on the screen. Siesui turned off the screen and shook her head. "Sorry, I didn't save it." Song Weining sighed regretfully. At this moment, Song Yu's phone rang. Song Yu. His phone was on the table. After being teased by Siesui at the hot pot restaurant and calling him hubby, he was so angry that he called Siesui wife. Now, the phone screen lit up and popped up. Song Weining chuckled and urged him. "Message." Hua Yan joked, "Speak of the devil." Song Yu could feel Siesui's gaze on him. His body stiffened, and he didn't want to care about the phone. Siesui said indifferently, "Do you dislike your girlfriend so much? You don't even look at the message now?" Song Yu. Song Weining didn't agree with his actions. She said earnestly and a little proudly, "Don't be like this. Our Song family has never produced a scumbag." After saying that, she subconsciously glanced at Siesui and reflexively recalled her previous conclusion that the Xie family had produced scumbags since ancient times. Song Yu had no choice but to take the phone and open the message. His girlfriend said, "Stay tonight." Song Weining's eyes lit up. What did she say? Song Yu's ears were a little red, but he still said calmly, "What can she say?" "She said that she misses me." Song Weining and Hua Yin. Tisk, tsk. After the banquet ended, Song Yu was still thinking about how to persuade Chairman Song, but in the end, he didn't even need to do anything. When they were sending the guests off, Siesui pretended to casually roll up her sleeves a little, and the watch appeared in front of everyone. When Chairman Song saw it for the first time, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Song Yu was dumbfounded and held his forehead helplessly. Chairman Song suppressed his irritable temper and didn't ask. Later on, Siesui suggested that she and Song Yu were classmates and wanted Song Yu to stay the night. Chairman Song didn't want to bother with the unfilial son who had deceived him. "Stay. How can I control him?" Chairman Song angrily waved his hand and left. Of course, not long after the car left the Xie family's residence, Chairman Song regretted it. After his anger, he came to his senses and felt that the kid from the Xie family wasn't a good person. However, since he had already spoken, he couldn't take back his words. He couldn't lose face, so he could only tell the driver to pick up the young master from the Xie family's residence early tomorrow at 5 o'clock. No later. Chapter 97. Looking at his father's angry back, Song Yu knew that he would have to face his father's anger and explain himself when he got back. What else could he do with a scheming girlfriend? Xie Xinian had no objection to Song Yu staying. The other members of the Xie family were stunned for a long time. Obviously, they were shocked by the news. Song Yu? Song Zaching's youngest son? How did Xie Sui know him? But the Xie family was good at pretending. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and greeted him with smiles. Then they drove away with their own ulterior motives. They didn't want to stay here any longer. Old Master Xie went upstairs early and asked the servant to call Xie Sui to the study after the banquet. Song Yu felt that this old master was quite troublesome. Xie Sui had to leave halfway. Only Xie Lingshu was left here. As half the host, she took the initiative to lead Song Yu to the guest room. She stood up and smiled. "Young Master Song, come with me." Xie Lingshu was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her skin was smooth under the light. She was wearing a snow-white gauze dress and her black hair was like clouds. Song Yu didn't dare to show his relationship with Xie Sui too obviously. He nodded. The main house of the Xie family was very large. Except for the servants, there were very few members of the Xie family living here. It was empty like a gorgeous shell. After leaving the banquet hall and bypassing the garden, Xie Lingshu took him to a small, exquisite villa. The place that was bustling just now suddenly became quiet and cold. The cobblestones were laid flat on the road. The street lamp next to it shone cold white light. The servant walked in front with a lamp. Xie Lingshu tilted her head and asked him, "You and Sui are classmates. Can you live together?" Song Yu had always been wary of this aunt of the Xie family. After all, he heard nothing good about her from Song Weiniang.
Yes.
Xie Lingshu's eyes lit up and she smiled like a gentle elder. "What a coincidence. You and Sui have just returned to a city. Since you both know each other in Jing City, Sui won't be lonely in the future." Song Yu pursed his lips, his expression calm. The night breeze was gentle. Winter nights were still a little cold. When they came out, Xie Lingshu put on a coat and said, "Actually, I feel sorry for Sui. He grew up alone in Jing City and suffered a lot at such a young age." Xie Lingshu said, "When I found out about this, I didn't rest well for a long time. I thought I was getting a sensitive little nephew whose childhood scars would take us 5, 10, even 20 years to heal. I didn't expect Sui to surprise us." Song Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. Did they bully him because he just came to Jing City and didn't know what kind of monsters the Xie family was? "Don't, sister. You've just been exposed to a scandal a few days ago," Xie Lingshu said gently. "Song Yu, was he like this when you first met him in Jing City?" Song Yu was bored, so he answered, "What do you mean?" Xie Lingshu's eyes curved. "He's so excellent. I'm really curious about what he experienced in Jing City." Song Yu was a little proud. How could his boyfriend not be excellent? At the same time, he felt that Xie Lingshu's speaking skills were really bad. What did she want to know? Xie Lingshu said softly, "Before we came back with Sui, we all wanted to know him well so that we could get along better with him in the future. We investigated his elementary and middle school. Children's malice and cold violence were really shocking. My little nephew really suffered a lot in his childhood. But fortunately, everything got better after he entered high school." Song Yu just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He was annoyed and didn't know what Xie Lingshu wanted to know from him. Xie Lingshu finally said the key slowly. Her tone was always gentle and tender. It was hard to tell whether she was telling the truth or not. She said, "But I'm still very curious. How can a person change so much after a summer vacation? Is it because he met you?" Song Yu was a little taller than her. He tilted his head and met Xie Lingshu's smiling eyes. Song Yu's face was as cold as frost, and he said lightly, "Maybe." Xie Lingshu didn't know the relationship between him and Xie Sui, and Xie Xinian wouldn't let her investigate it. She just felt that Xie Sui gave her a strange feeling. She felt great danger and oppression from the boy at first sight. With a woman's intuition, she knew that this little nephew was not simple. All the members of the Xie family, including her, didn't take this illegitimate son seriously at first. After all, in Jing City, he was raised by Su Qiao, a silly woman who only thought about love. What could he do? He would become the target of public criticism and the victim of the Xie family's power struggle. However, things didn't develop in this way. Xiaoling Shu's guess was that Xie Xinian had been secretly raising this illegitimate son. Asking about the Su family and divorcing Qin Xiuyun with great fanfare was just a show. Her third uncle had been secretly cultivating Xie Sui from the beginning to the end, and Xie Sui had been keeping a low profile for so many years. In high school, at the critical moment when Xie Xinian was about to take her back to a city, she began to reveal her true nature. Asking Song Yu now was just to prove her guess. Xiaoling Shu said, "Maybe you don't know. A Sui has always been a silent and introverted child in junior high school." Song Yu was stunned and said, "I know." He had read the original book, Gentle Control. How could he not know Xie Sui's character before? Xiaoling Shu smiled, showing a very shallow dimple. "You know, aren't you curious about why she changed so much? A Sui doesn't look like a child who has been autistic for more than 10 years now." Song Yu looked straight into her eyes. "I met him this summer. The person I met was the real him. Is there a need to pursue the past?" Xiaoling Shu sensed the sharpness of his words and was stunned. She smiled and said, "Of course, there's no need." When they arrived at the villa, the servant went in first and turned on the lights. The decoration of the room was more classical and gloomy. The stairs were covered with blankets to absorb the noise. As a well-mannered hostess, Xiaoling Shu considerately asked Song Yu if he was hungry. After all, he didn't eat much at the banquet. Song Yu was annoyed by her indirect questioning. He shook his head and asked her to leave with a cold attitude. Xiaoling Shu left. Song Yu didn't bring any clothes to wash up. The servant prepared them for him and took him to the room he was going to sleep in tonight. On the left was the study, and on the right was Xie Sui's bedroom. The servant said, "Young Master Song, do you really not need to eat anything?" Song Yu shook his head and took his clothes into the bathroom. While he was taking a shower, a trace of confusion slowly appeared in his clear eyes. Too many things had happened tonight. First, there was Zhao Ziyu, and then there was Xiaoling Shu. In fact, the two things were fine individually, but when put together, it was very abnormal. He wanted to abandon the so-called previous lives and tender control and simply have a simple relationship with Xie Sui. Then he realized that her boyfriend wasn't simple either. Did he really know Xie Sui? She had asked herself this question when she first met Xie Sui a few days ago, but she had subconsciously ignored it. According to the original setting of Tender Control, Xie Sui at this age was a pure and innocent little white flower. However, after dating, he realized that Xie Sui was not a pure and innocent little white flower at all. In fact, except for the first time when they met in the water, when Xie Sui showed a kind and timid side, he didn't even bother to pretend at all. The image of a little white flower had long collapsed into a mess, but he didn't feel that something was wrong at all. Song Yu buried his face in the bathtub and forced himself to wake up. He felt that something was wrong. When he came out of the shower and went back to the room, he found that Xie Sui was already back. Xie Sui took off her black suit jacket and unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of her white shirt, revealing her sexy collarbone. Her legs were very long, and she sat casually on the edge of the bed, reading a book in her hand. The lines of her arms were strong, and under the warm light in the room, her cold side profile showed some gentleness. Song Yu walked closer and realized that Xie Sui was reading a diary. Sensing the movement, Xie Sui looked up and put away the book. "Are you done showering?" "Yes." Song Yu didn't know what to say. When he was in the shower, there was a strong desire in his heart to say all the desires. It was not about the messy dream, but about the book Gentle Control, and the nonsense 008 and the Lord God. Why did they have to hide so many secrets from each other? Song Yu opened his mouth. Xie Sui looked at him with her dark eyes with a smile. Her gaze made Song Yu feel as if she knew what he was thinking, and his heart skipped a beat. But Xie Sui's expression was gentle, so the feeling of being seen through and being stabbed in the throat faded a lot. Song Yu called him a few days ago and said that he would tell him a secret. Now he wanted to say it, but he found that he didn't know how to say it. 008 was simply a bad account. He frowned in distress. Xiesui said, "Sit here first, you." Song Yu pursed his lips and walked over first. Chapter 98. Song Yu walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, close to Xiesui. He also saw the diary in his hand clearly. The paper was yellowed, indicating that it had been there for some time. The handwriting on it was small and elegant. It was written by Xiesui's mother. Seeing the words, it was as if he saw the beautiful and gentle woman from back then, separated by life and death, separated by time. Xiesui closed the diary, tilted his head, and said with a smile, "I remember you said on the phone that you wanted to tell me a secret. It's a long story, so tell me slowly." Song Yu was slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked straight into Xiesui's dark eyes. He had always liked Xiesui's eyes. Now, under his quiet gaze, it was like a clear spring that flowed into his heart and soothed all his irritation. He slowly nodded and opened his mouth. "Let me think about where to start first." Xiesui said gently, "Let's start with your dream." "Dream? No, it's too messy here." Song Yu shook his head and then walked down from the bed. His pale feet stepped on the thick red carpet. He walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a piece of paper and a pen. The retro-style desk lamp's orange light was not dazzling. He spread out the white paper, held the pen in his hand, and said half-jokingly, "I'll tell you a tragic story. It's about you. Do you want to hear it?" Xiesui smiled faintly, walked over, and stood beside him. "Okay, I'm listening." Song Yu held the pen. The young man's wrist was thin and white, and the blue veins could be vaguely seen. It looked fragile, and it was hard to imagine how he could exert such great strength. He drew a line on the paper. "Come, this is your timeline. I once read a book called Gentle Control, and the main character was you." Xiesui lowered his eyes and listened carefully, his expression calm. Song Yu drew a node from left to right on the line. "Here is when you were 6 years old." The author didn't write clearly before you were 6 years old, but he used about 3 chapters to briefly explain that you had a childhood sweetheart, which was me. He simply signed his name at the side and pointed the pen at the 2 words, Song Yu. "You don't remember those memories, but we got along quite well when we were young." Then he broke a point in the timeline. From 6 to 15 years old, you followed Aunt Sue to Jing City and were adopted by Grandma Chun. The years between then could be summed up in one word: miserable. Song Yu's tone was not heavy, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Then, something worse happened. I really felt like the author had a grudge against you, and he wrote this book to torture you. When you were in high school, you met Wang Ci. Yes, he was a naive rich second generation. He sat next to you and bullied you. After you sent him to the hospital, he became even more hostile towards you. But he wasn't the worst. Chinamo was worse. Xiesui listened quietly, his smile still lingering. Chinamo couldn't be described as simple. He was a scumbag. He coveted your appearance, pretended to be a good person, and kept making a good impression in front of you. When you were bullied by Wang Ci, he helped you many times, chatted with you, and comforted you from time to time. At that time, your character was inferior and timid. Of course, when you encountered a little light, you grasped it tightly, so you poured out your heart and lungs to him. But he was a scumbag. You were sincere to him, but he was just playing with you. He even set you up when you graduated from high school. Song Yu frowned slightly as the image of the young man vomiting, while holding onto the telephone pole in the rainy night, appeared in his mind again. The tip of the pen stopped at this point in the year of high school and drew a node, almost cutting the paper. He didn't mention those disgusting things, but simply summarized. You injured Wang Ci and escaped from the apartment. Grandma Chun went out to look for you because you didn't come home too late and got into a car accident. At this point, Song Yu tilted his head, wanting to see Xiesui's expression. However, the young man was against the light, and his expression was hidden in the shadows. He didn't seem to be moved. When he met his hesitant gaze, he only smiled and said, "Continue." Song Yu was stunned for a moment. He nodded obediently and continued to hold the pen to break the line. It broke at the part between the 3rd year of high school and his return to the Xie family. University is a new stage. Here, you met another scumbag called Sun Hugwang. That's his name, right? I don't remember wrongly. Grandma Chun was hospitalized and needed a lot of medical fees. You worked part-time in university and didn't know how many jobs you had a day. This scumbag was the boss of the hotel you worked at. He had a white moonlight in his heart who looked very similar to you. So when he first met you, he had ulterior motives. At this point, Song Yu seemed to have returned to the time when he was watching Gentle Control. He felt aggrieved and speechless, especially now that Xie Sui was his boyfriend. He had never seen Sun Hugwang before. He didn't know if he could discuss with Chairman Song to let Tianliang Sun Po. Haha. You rejected his pursuit, but he didn't give up. In school, he made all kinds of obstacles for you. When he forced you into a corner, the Xie family found you. A new node. After that, Song Yu paused for a moment, and then drew a dot a short distance behind her. In the book, after you returned to the Xie family for a period of time, Xie Sinian made you the heir out of guilt. After the dust settled, you felt bad about everything in the country and went abroad for 3 years. Oh, it was during these 3 years that we met again. You were disgusted by Sun Hugwang and Chinamo, and your personality was very gloomy. I appeared as your childhood playmate. In the book, I chatted with you for a long time and used childhood memories to comfort you. The corner of Song Yu's mouth twitched as she speechlessly said, "Enlighten you. Pacify the gloom in your heart. Let you let go of the past. Completely let go of your hatred for Qin Heezan and become a kind person again." Xie Sui smiled. After Song Yu said the most disgusting part, the rest was easy because he was so angry at that time and didn't read it carefully. When you returned to the country, you appeared in a city as the heir of the Xie family. At this time, you met Zhao Ziyu at the banquet, the one you saw tonight. At this point, Song Yu still felt the need to defend himself. I really didn't hit him for no reason. He really deserved a beating. Xie Sui smiled and said in a deep voice, "I believe you." Song Yu's mood finally improved a little, and he smiled. The timeline drawn at the beginning was not enough. He held a pin at the end and extended it. There was no need to divide the nodes. Anyway, it was not clear. He said as he extended it, "Zhao Ziyu and you were rivals in business. After a while, he liked you, but you didn't like him. At this time, Qin and Sun suddenly repented and felt deeply guilty about what happened in the past. They rushed to apologize to you, but you didn't seem to have forgiven them. So they hated you because of love. The 3 of them worked together to drive you out of the Xie family and imprison you on an isolated island." Song Yu cursed in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots." The pin stopped. The rest of the story was from 008's mouth. The original plot of Gentle Control. Song Yu's tone became very complicated. Zhao Ziyu regretted it after imprisoning you. He dealt with Qin and Sun, but he was reluctant to let you go. He chatted with you every day on the island through the door. He also secretly helped you solve the Xie family's problem. In the end, someone from the Xie family came to the island and wanted to shoot you. Zhao Ziyu took a shot for you. Life and death were on the line. At that moment you were moved. Song Yu almost gritted his teeth when he said the last 4 words. You were moved. Moved my ass. After that, you all went back. At that time, I had already died of illness and was buried in a cemetery in a city. Zhao Ziyu was lying in the hospital in a coma. You came to my grave alone and felt emotional about the death of your childhood sweetheart. In the ending of Gentle Control, you left my grave and went to the hospital where Zhao Ziyu was. You stayed by his bed. Well, I guess he will open his eyes soon to achieve a happy ending. He put away the pen. There was a line drawn by hand on the paper that was not straight. Every node was clearly separated, and each person's name was written next to it. Song Yu was divided according to time, so the range of his name on this line was pathetically narrow. After recalling this story, Song Yu's head was a little empty. He stepped on the blanket and still felt a little cold. Suddenly, he felt that someone sat down next to him. He turned his head in a daze. It was Xie Sui. The chair was very big, just enough to accommodate 2 people. The young man was wearing a shirt, and his tie was untied. He looked idle and languid. His expression did not change, as if he had just heard a stranger's story. Xie Sui asked, "Are you done with the story of Gentle Control?" Song Yu was very close to his warm body. After being stuck for half a second, he nodded. Yes, but I haven't told you about my dream yet. Xiesui nodded patiently. Songyu took out a blue pen from the drawer, turned around, and continued to write on the white paper and the black timeline. I dreamed of you every day for a period of time. The first time I dreamed of you, it should be in this range. Not long after you returned to the Xie family, I was chatting with my sister at the banquet and saw you. But at that time, I didn't dare to acknowledge you. The second time I dreamed of you was when we met again abroad in the hospital. It seemed that we met because of me. At that time, you didn't remember anything about your childhood at all. Songyu smiled and commented, Young Master Xie is quite unreasonable. The third time, the pen returned to the beginning. I dreamed of when we were young. The first time we met in the manor, you followed behind me and called me brother. I took you to climb the wall to steal fruits. Then the fourth time, Songyu was a little lost. He did not know which time period it was. Was it when Xiesui was trapped on the island, or when she was trapped on the island? Do you remember that I was trapped in the auditorium last semester? It was raining heavily. Then I had a dream. I was trapped in a dark room by Chinamo. This bastard gave me a tube of alcohol. I went out to call you, but before I could finish the call, I fainted. After I fainted, I heard my mother crying and my sister crying and questioning you. You said you were sorry. That was it. Songyu did not know how to deal with 008 and the system, but he had made it clear that he wanted to tell Xiesui. It was like a big stone in his heart had been lifted. He let out a long sigh and felt comfortable. He turned his head and smiled. His eyes were bright and smiling. So, actually, I lied to you. Before I came to Jing City to find you, I didn't have any memories of my childhood. I just thought that your high school life was too miserable, so I wanted to help you. When Xiesui heard the words, a tube of alcohol, he felt his blood turn cold. His heart was throbbing violently. The overwhelming fear and horror in the haunted house reappeared, seeping into his bone marrow and sweeping through his brain. He closed his eyes and felt that his hands were shaking. Songyu had always said that he was miserable in his previous life and had suffered a lot. But now, perhaps this was the time when he was closest to the real pain and suffering. After Songyu finished speaking, he thought of Zhao Ziyu's words. A trace of confusion flashed through his light-colored pupils. He said, I have always told you that those who approach with ulterior motives have bad intentions. But it seems that my purpose was not simple at the beginning. In our previous life, we were friends until we died. In this life, am I cheating? Because I knew the plot first, I want to find you when you were still young. I treated you well and made you fall in love with me. Was this cheating? In fact, this question had been bothering him for a long time. It was like taking a guide to conquer Xiesui. Xiesui opened his eyes. His eyes were as cold as before, but slightly red. No, Songyu had a lot to say, but when he saw his red eyes, he suddenly shut up. Xiesui smiled and reached out to press the back of his head. Her slender fingers inserted into the boy's soft hair. She leaned over and kissed him. Her lips and teeth were biting as if she was venting her uneasiness. The chair's handle imprisoned Songyu's body, leaving him nowhere to escape. He could only passively accept this somewhat uncontrollable kiss. Songyu was stunned. He could feel Xiesui's hands trembling. He was a little confused. Was her boyfriend scared by the stupid book, Gentle Control? Xiesui ended the kiss, but did not get up. She hugged him tightly and said in a calm and gentle voice in his ear, We must have loved each other in our previous life. When you came to Jing City, I fell in love with you. It was love at first sight. Songyu was stunned. Then, he heard Xiesui say after a moment of silence, almost coaxing, You, don't you have anything to ask me? Ask what? Songyu's body stiffened. Xialingshu's words flashed through his mind like lightning. But I'm still very curious. How can a person change so much after a summer vacation? Is it because he met you? The doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were silent and were about to explode in his head. From the second time they met, the young man no longer hid his true nature, elegant, smiling, gentle, indifferent, undisciplined in his speech, calm and watertight in his handling of matters. At the parking lot, she whispered to him, Dreams are all fake. When you open your eyes, I will always be by your side. Song Yu's throat was dry. As if waking up from a dream, he opened his mouth and said in a voice that did not sound like his own, "Xie Sui, that day you asked me to stop dreaming. Was it because—" Xie Sui sat down and looked at him quietly with eyes as dark as the abyss. Because of what? Song Yu had been speechless. Xie Sui smiled and lowered her eyes as if to comfort or sigh, saying, "Because I know." Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, shattering all his rationality and thoughts, leaving only a blank. Xie Sui rubbed Song Yu's hair and continued. "I know everything about your dreams, your words, and your previous life. I left your grave and did not return to the hospital." Her voice was calm as she spoke of the crazy things in a casual manner. "I was the one who fired the shot that made Zhao Ziyu fall into a coma. How could I fall in love with him? On a rainy night, I left your grave and did not go to the hospital. I died in a car accident on the road. And the story has just begun. I returned to the age of 15. She looked at Song Yu gently and patiently. The boy's eyes widened, and his vision was unfocused. His face was pale from shock. Xie Sui gave him time to recover and said slowly and softly, "I returned to the age of 15, came to meet you, and fell in love with you again." Song Yu's mind was blank. All the clues were clear, and all the doubts were solved. But his limbs were still stiff and his body was cold. He could not speak. Xie Sui knew that her gaze would only put more pressure on Song Yu, so she did not look at him. He took the pin from Song Yu's hand, and his gaze fell on the timeline on the white paper again. The corners of his lips curled up. It was cold and sarcastic, like a knife in the snow, sharp and bone-piercing. "I don't know whose imagination the story of gentle control was, but now, I can restore my reality to you." He continued to hold Song Yu's blue pin and began to draw a new line from the place where they met again. "After I was reborn, all my memories of you were formatted, leaving only the simple concept of childhood sweethearts. But it doesn't matter. I have remembered some of it, and I can guess some of it myself." The way he held the brush was steady and elegant, but the words he wrote were cold and sharp. "We met again abroad, but it's impossible for me not to remember what happened when we were young. Maybe I'm lying to you or teasing you, but all of this is to woo you." Song Yu was speechless. Xie Sui said, "It's just like what you told me when I was 6 years old, when you sat on the iron gate of the orchard. It turns out that I really liked that little sister who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, but I didn't know it." Song Yu was speechless. Xie Sui's line was as straight as if it was drawn with a ruler. His tone was calm, and his narration was true. "I wasn't sure if I caught up with you, but now, I think we were lovers in my previous life. I caught up with you, and I got what I wanted. We should have fallen in love in China, when I left the Xie family. Moreover, I wasn't framed by Zhao Ziyu and the others. When I left, it was just a trap for Old Master Xie and Xie Lingshu. Your accident happened at this time." Xie Sui looked at that place silently. After a long time, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm so useless." He extended the line and said calmly, "I was never forced to go to the island. Perhaps from the very beginning, I was aiming for Zhao Ziyu, to kill him." Chapter 99. There are 2 black and blue lines on the paper, interspersed with the karma, love, and hate of the previous life, entangled with the true and false past. Song Yu lowered her head and stared blankly, her expression shocked and confused. "He is frightened." Xie Sui says, "Who wrote Gentle Control and where did you read it? Can you tell me, Yu?" Song Yu steps on the blanket barefoot, feels a chill spread all over his body, and his head is in a mess. He purses his lips and grabs his hair. He makes up his mind and decides to confess. "At first, I thought I was not from this world. I read this book in another world. After sleeping for a while, I transmigrated into this world. There is a thing that claims to be a system. It told me a lot. The general idea is to let me follow the plot, but I didn't listen. I chose to go to Jing City to find you, and then it was very angry and disappeared. When it came back, it told me not to like you, but I still like you, and it left angrily." Xie Sui nods with gentle eyes. Song Yu's mood slowly stabilizes, and he is silent for a while. He doesn't intend to tell Xiesui about 008's revenge and regret. He just says seriously and calmly, Xiesui, if one day I suddenly faint or fall asleep, don't be afraid. At that time, I should meet the system and the Lord God. I will definitely kill them and then wake up to find you. Xiesui holds his cold hand and says in a low voice, Okay. Songyu looks up carefully and traces her face with his eyes under the light. Eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, familiar and intimate. The chill in his heart is driven away by the warm current, and he smiles again. Finally, it's clear. Xiesui also smiles and kisses him in the corner of his eye. It's clear. Songyu feels that he can't guess Xiesui's mind, but all the root causes and crises are on him. As her boyfriend, Xiesui should also be uncomfortable. Songyu comforted her. Don't panic. Ever since I woke up, I didn't do anything the system said. It can't do anything to me now. That's amazing, Yu. Xiesui said with a smile, but her eyes were cold. Songyu felt a little sour in his heart. He knew that mentioning 008 and the Lord God would only add to his troubles. How could he resolve these two ideologies? However, this was the only sense of security he could give Xiesui now. He changed the topic. When you were reborn, did you think that I was stupid at first? What? I think so. Thinking of this, Songyu cursed in his heart. Xiesui said, No, I already said that it was love at first sight. I like everything you do. Songyu was comforted, and his eyes fell on the diary next to him. Was that written by Aunt Sue?
Yes.
Xiesui opened the diary and said softly, Do you want to see it? Under the dim yellow light of the table lamp, the words on the diary took him into the life of a woman who died for love. Xiesui said slowly, When I was born, she cut off contact with the Sue family. She lived in a villa in the mountains and focused on painting. There was only one nanny at home, and my father might come once every few weeks. When I was young, I didn't have much to say to her. She always lived in her own world, and no one could disturb her. After she died, I always hated her. In many people's eyes, she was a beautiful and stupid woman. No one sympathized with her. They felt that she deserved everything. Xiesui paused and said calmly, In my eyes, she used to be like that. Songyu quietly held her hand. Before she died, she gave me indifference. After she died, she tortured me. She gave me life, but she didn't ask me if I wanted to come to this world to bear all these. She ended her life on my birthday. Xiesui paused and said lightly, Life and death on the same day. He turned to the middle pages of the diary. This diary has been in the cabinet of my home in Jing City, but I haven't read it. In my last life, Xiesinian sent it to me and asked me to read it. When I began to understand her, I found that it was meaningless to hate her. She was just a failure of a mother. She was spoiled since she was a child. Only others gave her a lot of love. She didn't know how to love at all. Xiesinian was just one of the reasons why she cut off the relationship with the Sue family. What made her collapse was her family. Her parents, who had raised her and spoiled her for more than 10 years, began to push her to those powerful men in a city like an auction. Her marriage became a deal. She was sad and collapsed, so she chose to have a cold war with her family first. Songyu looked at Su Qiao's small handwriting in the diary. During the time in the villa in the mountains, he could see her care and fear in every word. She was cautious as a first-time mother. Today, Asui was praised by the teacher again. He is really a smart boy. I want to do something for him, but I don't seem to know how to do anything. Asui drew pictures for me. I should praise him and pat his head to encourage him. But what did I do? My Asui is great, but I can't even let him go to school normally. Xiesinian came, and we had a quarrel. Asui was frightened. He cried so much during the day that I didn't dare to see him. The nanny said that he was asleep, so I dared to see him secretly. Xiesui didn't speak anymore. Songyu took the diary and turned the pages slowly. Su Qiao seldom mentioned Xiesui in the latter part of the diary. He recorded Xiesui's growth bit by bit. Xiesui was aloof and antisocial. She didn't know how to get along with her child. She could only learn to respond slowly and clumsily. There was a page with a lot of folds. It should have been wet by tears countless times. When she knew the truth, she collapsed and couldn't say a word. Why? These 3 words kept repeating. During the period when she was framed by Qin Xiaoyun and hid in Jing City, the diary was empty for many days. When she picked up the pen again, it was already the 3rd day since she arrived in Jing City. In Xie Sui's memory, her mother, who was driven crazy by love, locked herself in her room, was sometimes calm and sometimes crazy. When she was calm, she thought about her future and Xie Sui's future. She thought that she could still draw pictures and raise her child healthily. In fact, she had opened the door countless times. When Xie Sui was sleeping late at night, she would stare at her child for the whole night and cry silently. Xie Sui remembered a past in Jing City. Do you know why Zhu Zhixing's family hates me so much? Song Yu was stunned. What? In fact, she tried to go out to work. But on the first night, Zhu Zhixing's father followed her upstairs. He forced her at the door. I rushed out of the room, pushed him downstairs and broke his leg. Song Yu's throat was dry. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Su Qiao was protected too well. She was like a fragile and precious flower, unable to withstand a single blow. Any wind and rain outside could easily destroy her. The Su family raised her in this way because they hoped that she would live a docile and beautiful life in a gorgeous cage like a canary in the future. She was helpless against the evils of the world. Beauty was the original sin. She was such a proud person. Every day, she lived in the vicious words of women. Later on, Song Yu also slowly found clues about her death from the later pages of the diary. I'm sorry. From the moment you were born, I wasn't a qualified mother. I didn't give you a brilliant childhood. I didn't fulfill any obligations related to the word mother. I even had to learn how to communicate with you bit by bit. I didn't even hold you before you were 1 year old. You were born when I was at my worst, so I left my worst and most embarrassing side to you. When she wrote this line, she seemed to be really sad. Her handwriting trembled. She was so sad that she couldn't hold the pen or write a word. There were no tears on the paper, but it was more desperate than any previous collapse. At that time, she already knew Xie Xinyan's identity. She couldn't face it. She also felt that her existence was destined to drag me down. Before she died, she wrote a letter to Xie Xinyan. She didn't get through to his phone, so she sent messages and emails. She also contacted the Su family. She felt that she was the sinner who caused all my suffering. She wanted to use her death to exchange for Xie Xinyan's guilt or the Su family's forgiveness. She wanted to give me a good future, but she was too naive. The Xie family had Qin Xiaoyun, and the Su family had Su Shuren. How could she get what she wanted? And I don't like this birthday gift at all. Song Yu's eyes were a little sad. He raised his head quietly, but only saw Xie Sui's emotionless expression. Xie Sui whispered to him, "It's all in the past." Song Yu nodded slowly. He turned to the first page of the diary. On the title page, there was a line of words written with a pen. It seemed to be a play that Su Qiao heard on the old TV when he first came to Jing City. It could also be the words that Grandma Chen whispered in her ear. Each stroke was more hurried than the last, as if to vent all the anger and collapse in her heart. At the last 2 words, she slowed down and stopped for a long time. The ink seeped into the paper. He taught me to let go of my hatred, to stop being coquettish, to start anew, to change my temperament, to give up love, to turn back from the sea of bitterness, and to realize Lanine early. It was as if he saw the woman with tears at the end of time. She didn't realize Lanine early. Instead, she fell into the sea of bitterness and swallowed the fruit alone. To end with death. Song Yu didn't know why, but when he saw this line, his heart also tightened. He didn't know what he had done in the forgotten memory. Xie Sui said, "Are you sleepy?" Song Yu shook his head. He was energetic. He closed the diary and whispered, "You didn't ask me about Zhao Ziyu." Xie Sui rubbed his hair. He also remembered the things in his previous life. "I know." Song Yu widened his eyes slightly. "You heard it all?" Xie Sui smiled.
Yes.
Not only did he discover it, but he might have also found a clue to break the stalemate from these messy affairs. Song Yu sighed and cursed the system and the Lord God in his heart. Weren't they doing well in this life? Why did so many terrible people and things come? Thinking of this, Song Yu said, "After the new year, you?" Xie Sui said, "You promised to accompany me for 3 years of high school. You won't go back on your word, right? Song Yu said, that was before. I didn't know you were reborn. Sui smiled and said, I'll follow you. I'll go wherever you go. After talking about so many heavy topics, Song Yu's feet were cold and his whole body shivered. Sui raised her eyebrows and bent down. Her warm hands grasped his cold ankles, and then she urged him to go to bed without any resistance. Song Yu lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. He turned on his phone and saw the explosive message that he hadn't finished reading. On the forum, God Xia is my boyfriend was also trending like a skyscraper. Song Yu received Ma Xiaoting's questioning. He was heartbroken. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Brother Yu, so you've been lying to me all this time. This is too much. What's your relationship with God Xia? Song Yu froze for a second, thinking about how to explain. After all, his theory in the psychology lecture that love was not as good as learning was still being talked about. He couldn't slap his own face. What relationship? A relationship of sleeping in the same bed. Your husband, Brother Yu. A serious relationship? Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger? You actually only replied now. I already know. I guessed it. Not only did I guess it, but I'm also going to go out and talk nonsense. The sky was high, and the emperor was far away. He was really itching for a beating. Song Yu gritted his teeth. Your husband, Brother Yu. Then you can do a divination for yourself first. If your points don't exceed 6, you're a jinx. Sui said, why don't you tell him? Song Yu hurriedly put away his phone and stammered. We're still too young. Sui smiled and leaned over to hug him. Her hot breath blew into his ear. But we did everything in our previous life. Chapter 100. Song Yu felt as if he had been electrocuted. His pupils widened for a few seconds, and he silently moved his phone to the side. Sui looked at him in amusement. Song Yu's ears turned red. He coughed and said without changing his expression, that's all in the past. I think it's getting late. It's time to sleep. What do you think? Sui stared at him and said slowly, I think so too. Song Yu exhaled. He had just put away his phone and was about to close his eyes. Sui asked lazily, how do you feel about me being your boyfriend? Song Yu was suddenly wide awake. So, as expected, he knew about it. It must be the group of nosy people in Class 1. He should have been embarrassed, but the more he heard about it, the funnier it became. After thinking for a long time, he decided to make himself laugh first and replied, it's okay. I don't feel wronged. After saying that, he said angrily, go to sleep. Sui smiled, turned sideways to him, and closed her eyes. Song Yu's phone was still flashing with Ma Xiaoting's messages, but he didn't want to reply, so he put his phone away. Today, after talking things out, he felt as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't sleep because of the excitement. Song Yu turned over twice, rolled, and rolled in front of Sui. Lying on his side, the two of them faced each other. Song Yu blinked. Under the extremely faint moonlight through the curtains, he began to count Sui's eyelashes out of boredom. But halfway through, Sui suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were dark and deep. She seemed to sigh helplessly, kissed his forehead, and said in a hoarse voice, stop fooling around. Go to sleep. Song Yu laughed out loud. And a goodnight kiss seemed to have the function of good night. He also closed his eyes obediently. When Song Yu woke up, it was already 9:00 the next day. His father's phone was about to explode. Song Yu rubbed his eyes. Come back, come back. Why are you rushing me? Early in the morning, the driver sent by the Song family to pick up Song Yu was driven away. Sui said that she would send him personally. To put it bluntly, she was going to visit him personally. Chairman Song was so angry that he scolded him for a long time. Be careful. Don't help her count the money. Song Yu decided to correct his thinking. Dad, I'm a minor now. The world isn't as dirty and complicated as what middle-aged men like you think. It was almost the end of the year. After a few sunny days, it started to snow again in a city. When Sui accompanied Song Yu home, Song Weiniing was pleasantly surprised. She was originally feeding the parrot, but when she saw the two of them come in, Her eyes immediately lit up and she no longer cared about the bird. He stuffed the things in his hands into the cage and said enthusiastically, "Oh, you brought your friends back?" Songyu didn't say anything. Mama Song came out of the kitchen with a plate of small cakes. "You're finally home. Your father kept talking about you last night. I don't know what's wrong with him." Mama Song was free at home today. She learned from the nanny how to make some biscuits and small cakes. When she came out and saw Xie Sui, she stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened in shock. "You, this is..." Xie Sui looked a little like Su Qiao. It was easy to see the familiarity between them. Song Weiniing went up and held Mama Song's arm. She smiled and said, "Mom, this is Aunt Sue's child." Mama Song woke up from her dream and reacted. She knew that Xie Sui returned to a city in such a high-profile manner at the Xie family's banquet yesterday, but she didn't expect that the child would appear in front of her the next morning. Time flew. So many years had passed in a flash. Mama Song was in a trance. She invited Xie Sui to sit down and eat something first. She was afraid to mention Xie Sui's sad memories, so she avoided talking about Su Qiao. She just asked her about her childhood in Jing City. Xie Sui said, "It's good. Grandma-chan is very good to me." Mama Song was a little relieved. When they talked about their high school life, Mama Song asked, "Did Songyu recognize you at the beginning?" Xie Sui glanced at Songyu meaningfully. She asked knowingly, "What?" Mama Song said, "You guys met when you were young, 5 or 6 years old. In the manor, according to your age, you're considered his older brother. You guys got along well and quickly got along." Songyu took a bite of a small piece of cake. Just as he was rejoicing that his mother hadn't said anything she shouldn't have, he heard Mama Song say, "That's not right. He should be the one who sticks to you and pesters you to accompany him to all kinds of places." "Mom, go get me a glass of water." Songyu tried to interrupt her. Mama Song ignored him. "I said that he was annoying, but he didn't believe me. When I asked him how you got along, he proudly said that he liked you very much and you liked him very much. On the first day, he was so shy and angry that you called him brother. What do you like about him? Troublesome and troublesome?" Song Weiniing couldn't stop laughing. Troublesome and troublesome. Ha ha. Songyu. Mama Song was done with her son's dirty laundry. She returned to the topic. "He was in the same class as you and even sat next to you. It's fate. You must have recognized him." Xie Sui smiled. "Yes, I recognized him." Songyu felt that his family was two extremes. His sister, who didn't have a strong will, had no prejudice against Xie Sui. His mother, Gunyanji, only felt sorry for Su Qiao. The other two were completely two extremes. In his previous life, his brother looked at Xie Sui like she was a scourge. His father's attitude now was clearly showing his vigilance. Although Chairman Song didn't support his frequent meetings with Xie Sui, it was still a rebellious period. Secretly dating was like having an affair. It was quite exciting. Of course, Songyu wouldn't listen. The first year of Jing City First Middle School was on holiday early. There were still more than 10 days before the new year. There was a mountain in the Wanghong district of a city. There was a Buddhist temple on the mountain. In winter, plum blossoms bloomed everywhere. Many people would go up the mountain to worship Buddha and enjoy the plum blossoms before the new year. Mama Song forced him to go, repeatedly reminding him to be sincere. Songyu had never been a believer in gods and Buddhas, so he casually agreed to her words. This place was very famous. The snow on the steps was swept to the sides. Tourists came and went with their mobile phones holding up to take photos. The plum blossoms were like snow, reflecting the white of heaven and earth. Songyu came alone. Xie Sui became busy after returning to a city. Xie Sinian took her to meet all kinds of people and deal with all kinds of things. He sent a message to Xie Sui, but Xie Sui said she would be late. Songyu walked forward, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. It was Chinimo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, who walked out of the temple. A woman stood next to him. She was wearing a down jacket and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked haggard and her face was as pale as paper. She was very good-looking and had a gentle appearance. She should be a mother, but her eyes were dull and dark. She looked like a psychopath who shouldn't be provoked. Chinamo came out with his aunt. When he saw Songyu, he stopped looking at him. The hatred he felt when he was driven back to a city was still there. He really disliked and rejected Songyu from the bottom of his heart. Songyu. She was also gnashing her teeth. Songyu was still quite polite. What's the matter? Qin Mo's disguise was exposed. He couldn't be bothered to pretend to be gentle and elegant in front of Songyu anymore. He could only turn his hatred into vicious words. The corners of his mouth curled up. Go up the mountain to pray to Buddha so that you can die a little later? Songyu was nonchalant. Her lips curled into a smile. Are you still unhappy about the wine bottle last time? Chinamo choked and glared at him fiercely. Songyu looked at the woman beside him. This strange woman seemed to be in a daze. She didn't seem to hear the conversation between Chinamo and him. Her eyes were fixed on a point in the air. Her pupils were dilated, and her soul was out of her body. Songyu retracted his gaze and ignored them. He continued to walk up the mountain. After he left, Qin Mo's eyes darkened and he cursed. Bad luck. After this period of time, he'll see if the Xie family and the Song family can bear it. His arm was suddenly grabbed by the woman's thin and pale hand. The woman slowly turned her head. With cracked lips, she repeated, "What Xie family?" Qin Mo's heart trembled. Only then did he remember that his aunt's current state was caused by the Xie family. He said vaguely, "Nothing." Qin Shuyun ignored him. His fingernails dug deep into his flesh through his thick winter clothes. He repeated, "What Xie family?" She muttered. Her expression was a little abnormal. Chinamo pursed his lips. He was impatient. But after all, this was his aunt. He said patiently, "That person just now. He's the sickly person from the Song family. He's the lover of Xie Xinyan's new illegitimate child." At this stage, he only had a little appreciation for Xie Sui. But Songyu was in the way. All that was left was exasperation and possessiveness. Qin Shuyun was silent for a moment. The corners of his mouth cracked open. He muttered, "Xie Xinyan's illegitimate child? That bastard? That bitch who's just like his mother?" Qin Mo perfunctorily nodded his head. Qin Shuyun let go of his hand. His eyes were a little crazy. He lowered his head and said, "His mother ruined my marriage. Then he came back and ruined my son's life and mine. When will this mother and son let go of me? Do they want me to die? But even if I die, I won't let them go." Chinamo said, "Aunt, they won't. They can't do anything to you." Qin Shuyun didn't listen to anyone at all. He said hatefully, "I won't let them go even if I die. I'm going to tear Su Chao's face apart with a knife. I'm going to cut off her flesh piece by piece. Let's see if she can still be a mistress. Xie Xinyan, what right do you have to treat me like this? What did I do wrong? I love you so much. I've given up so much for you. Is this how you treat me? What right do you have to treat me like this?" Her voice rose and fell deeper and deeper. Finally, her pale face was full of malevolence. At this moment, two little girls were holding hands and blowing bubbles with a bubble machine that they had casually bought by the roadside. Their parents were behind them telling them to slow down. They were laughing and jumping. They just happened to bump into Qin Shuyun. Qin Shuyun looked up. The whites of her eyes were already bloodshot. The twisted hatred in her heart finally exploded. She looked at the two little girls and looked at their faces. Suddenly, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. With a crazed expression, she reached out and pushed them down. The snowy road was slippery. The two girls lost their footing and fell straight down. Fortunately, the girls' parents were worried about their safety and had been following closely behind. When they saw this scene, they broke out in a cold sweat and caught them in time. The stairs were very high. If they really fell down, they could have died. The little girl cried in her father's arms. "Murderer!" Her mother angrily wanted to slap Qin Shuyun, but Qin Mo grabbed her wrist first. Qin Mo had not recovered from the moment just now. He had seen his aunt do it with his own eyes. However, he decided to distort the truth in front of the angry couple. "My aunt is a patient. What happened just now might have been a misunderstanding." Qin Shuyun's whole body was trembling. She did not know what she had done just now. She only felt that the crying, cursing, and whispering around her made her want to vomit. She did not want to care about anything. She just wanted them to disappear. Songyu came out after burning incense and praying to Buddha. At the entrance of the long line, he happened to see Xie Sui. She was leaning against the plum blossom tree. She was tall and straight and had a handsome temperament. In fact, he was still a little curious about what Xiesui had done. After she confessed everything, he knew that the things she had done after being reborn in her 20s were definitely not simple. Songyu asked, "What did you do?" Xiesui raised her eyebrows. "Do you really want to know?" Songyu said, "Yes." "Is it inconvenient to say?" She was hiding something from him again. Xiesui smiled. "If you want to know, of course you can." After a pause, she said calmly and coldly, "I went to investigate Sun Hugwang." Songyu almost missed his step. Xiesui pulled him back and stabilized his body. Sun Hugwang? Fuck. Was he the scumbag who treated Xiesui as a substitute for his white moonlight? It was fine as long as he did not come up to disgust her. Why did Xiesui investigate him? Xiesui found it funny. "Watch where you're going." Songyu was anxious. "No. Why did you investigate Sun Hugwang? You're so young now. The Xie family won't give you anything. How are you going to deal with Sun Hugwang?" Xiesui winked at him. "Who said that I'm going to deal with him personally?" Songyu, oh, now that he thought about it, his girlfriend was very scheming. Xiesui smiled, but her tone was very calm. "I've always been curious about how Xiesinian and my mother met and how they fell in love. Later, I found out that Su Shuren and Sun Hugwang were involved. Sun Hugwang liked my mother, and my mother had always treated him as a younger brother. Su Shuren probably wanted to take advantage of this. At the first art exhibition my mother held after returning to China, he drugged her." Songyu was stunned. Drugged? Xiesui paused. She did not want to continue. In fact, she did not want to tell Songyu these things at all. However, when she met Songyu's curious and surprised eyes, her heart softened. She said slowly, "Su Shuren used my mother's phone to send a message to Sun Hugwang and asked him to come over. Sun Hugwang knew very well that he wanted to beat her at her own game. However, he was one step too late. Coincidentally, the person my mother provoked that night was Xiesinian." Songyu. How melodramatic and tragic. She had escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. However, Songyu reacted quickly. "You investigated Sun Hugwang because you wanted him to deal with your aunt?" Xiesui lowered her eyes and smiled. "Yes, Yu is so smart. She only needed to let Sun Hugwang know about Su Shuren's death and what Su Shuren had done." Su Shuren was now an important chess piece of the Su family. He was the future Mrs. Xie. Even if it was exposed that he had murdered his sister, the Su family would turn a blind eye. If the two of them met, they would definitely fight to the death. Songyu, go back to Jing City when school starts. Other than Su Shuren, I think Xielingshu and Qin Shuyan are not good people. They are crazy and vicious. Stay away from them. Don't deal with them easily before you become an adult." Xiesui enjoyed her boyfriend's concern. She smiled and said, "Okay." In fact, he had always been too lazy to deal with them directly. He had already taken revenge in his previous life. There was no deep hatred. After his rebirth, he had become pure and simple. These people came knocking on his door. At this moment, Mama Song called him. "Have you been there?" Mama Song couldn't be at ease with this kid's nonsense and sloppy behavior. "Songyu, I will take a photo for you. I not only have physical evidence, but also a witness." Mama Song, "A witness? You?" Songyu said to Xiesui, "Let's find a place to take a photo." Xiesui smiled. "Okay." The snow-white plum blossoms gathered on the branches. Songyu said, "It's for my mother. Just show your head." He casually raised the camera in front of his phone. As soon as he pressed the shutter, he felt a little cold on his cheek. A piece of plum blossoms with water fell on his face. Then his boyfriend bent over with a smile and helped him take the flower away with his mouth. This was the scene that the picture froze. If this picture was sent to her mother, even Buddha couldn't save her. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.